All right. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Sorry, I'm running a bit late. That's all on me. Um, Very excited for today's stream. We've been trying to make this happen for a while now, probably about a month, and going to give everyone a chance on Twitch to get past the pre-rolls. Of course, you can always subscribe, and then you don't have to worry about pre-rolls on Twitch. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Yeah, no, this is going to be a good one. I see that people were commenting like days before. There's a lot of excitement about this, and I don't blame you all because this is some really cool stuff. All right. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's already been, I know it's been a while since I've streamed back to back. So, yeah, let's go. Yeah. Or watch YouTube where there's no ads. Yeah. Uh, Here's the Lord of the Rings puns. Honestly, with as much work that me and Tanner do together and how often I want to invite him on the stream, it gets harder and harder to come up with stream titles. At one point, we were like, should we just like have like a special name that's like a regular segment? So, like every few weeks or whatever, just invite Tanner on for a bit. I don't know. But I was very uncreative and went with Lord of the Rings this time. Is it Bling 2? This is what people really want. They want Bling 2. Hey, Brandon. Hi, hi, Burke. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Really. All right. All right. All right. All right. Just having some fun and killing it. What's pretty cool here is, I think Tanner is streaming on Twitter as well at this point. And of course, he has more viewers than I do. So, um, it all works. All right. All right. All right. All right. I can tell you guys can't wait. So let me see. Just let me check on Twitch and make sure everybody's okay over here. You guys alive in Twitch? I see some Twitter chat. I see some YouTube chat. I don't see so much Twitch chat going on right here. Just let me make sure that it's good. And I should also retweet on Blue Sky because there are some people who use that app. Let's see here. Give me 2 seconds. I know I'm doing it off screen. Yeah. Yeah, we got Twitch is alive. Yeah, I see that. Thank you. Yeah. Hey. Okay. Let's tell the Blue Sky folks what's up. Because they are not watching live from within the app. Sorry, 2 seconds. Let's quote. Twitch.tv/Ryan Solid. 9? No, just Ryan Solid. Sweet. All right. All right. Okay. I've wasted enough time. Hopefully we built up enough hype here. Apparently there's 460, 400. We're gonna get to 500 before I invite Tanner on the stream here. All right. 482. 483. See, Twitter counts it funny. So honestly, this is a number that just keeps on going up. Oh, 497. Okay. I think we are probably good here. I've built up enough hype. So let's welcome Tanner to the stream. Hopefully he's ready to go here. All right. Welcome, Tanner. I'm sorry, maybe I got you muted. Yeah, apparently.
Figure we would switch from Lord of the Rings to like Tron or something.
I see. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to have you on again. As I said, it's been too long. I think the last time we were on, we were talking about the fundamentals of routing, and that was like, I don't think that was a fall. That was like a year ago. It feels like, I don't know. It's been a while. Been way too long. So I'm very happy to have you back. Yeah, Cyborg Tanner.
Yeah, this is my favorite place to be. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a good time.
Let me remove this banner. Let's get stuff
Oh,
going.
somebody said, nice shirt. Thank you. Check it out.
There you go, Tanstack. Can people buy said shirts? Or do you have a merch?
If
There
you
you
go to
go.
tanstack.com/merch, you can buy lots of stuff. And it's a non-profit swag shop. So doesn't mean it's like free. You have to pay for Cotton Bureau to print it and fulfill it, but I don't make any money off of it. So
Okay, that's cool. That's for good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Our funds go back into our open collective. It's back into trying to fund people to do cool fellowship stuff with Solid. But
cool.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Tanstack.merch, the dev with the handy link. All right. All right. Cool. So, how should we start today? Because you've been doing a lot of stuff recently. Obviously, we have something to announce, which we should probably talk about. There's also been a lot of really cool stuff I've seen around Tanstack Start. I've seen that whole narrative. I heard something about a CLI tool as a straight replacement for Create React app. I think there's been a lot of stuff. But
Yeah.
before we muddy the conversation with React, maybe we should talk about something else that's cool and maybe not React.
Yeah. Announcement.
And
All right. Yeah, we can start off with that. So are people familiar with Berksheim?
a little bit. I've been hyping because of the incredible work he's been doing on SolidStart.
Yeah. So if you don't know Burke, you should, because he's great. But Burke, yeah, he's done, how much has he done with SolidStart?
A lot, because the thing is, I kind of left the project to focus on other things. And in terms of like making sure that all the plugins update every new version of Vite, he's the one who goes through and tests all the different versions of Vite as they come out, make sure that they work in the Vite Solid plugin, but make them work in SolidStart. Make sure every like third-party dependency stays up to date. It's like Nitro is something new.
Yeah.
Burke's on it.
And Brenly, is it Brenly?
Yep.
Yeah. So Burke and Brenly, that kind of like dynamic duo, right? Yeah, and Burke and Brenly are MVPs. Totally. All right. So I gotta set this up because I think it will make it even more impressive. So hold on, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of this thread. So we created this thread in Discord on January 27th. Okay. That wasn't that long ago.
No, that's less than a month.
Less than a month ago. Okay.
I feel like until I streamed last Friday, I didn't do a stream from there. Like that's like the gap between one of my streams.
So this thread is created by Burke, and he says, "Let's figure out Tanstack Solid Router." Less than a month ago, and I was like, "Okay, let's do this." And everybody just jumped in. Everybody, Burke and Brenly mostly. Manuel's been in there, and Sean have been in there like helping him out. And I was like, oh, this is going to take a while, you know, this, cause I tried to do it once. If you remember, like I tried to do this like a year ago, and it was, it's some intense work. But I think the core code base is in such a better place now than it was that it's done. Yeah, it's done, and it's ready to use, which is crazy. So that's the announcement. There's not much fanfare about it, but Tanstack Solid Router is there.
Yeah,
you can install it and it's ready to go, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is the first non-React framework to work with the Tanstack Router, and for those who aren't familiar with it, it has type safety all the way down to the anchor tags. Like when you're like trying to finish out a URL, it checks the URLs for you.
And that's just the start. If you haven't used the router, like it has a context system that lives outside of the framework that you're using. It lives in the router. So there's like a context system that lives in the routes, in the route tree. And It's all type safe, and it has like its own lifecycle middlewares that live outside of the framework. It can do some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
But so we have like 400 or something tests, 400 or so tests, and in like a little over 3 weeks, basically 3 weeks, they took it from 0 to 400. So yeah, Burke and Brenly they really are MVPs. They deserve all of your attention for this, because I couldn't have been more hands off.
Yeah, I admit I wasn't in there much myself. I mean, I guess people do deserve a bit more of a backstory of how everyone ended up in the same Discord, which we'll
Yeah,
get to
yeah,
in a moment. But I just wanted to like start with that straight out because you know what? While I'm not going to run the working example here, we do have that basic query example, so I can just throw a little bit of code on screen so people can get an
sure.
idea of what's going on here. Let me just present my screen for a second. Share screen, entire screen, this screen. Okay, cool. Okay, so this repo was shared with me, and it looks like it's updated 5 hours ago. So what you can see here is just a basic Vite repo with a Vite config, right? Define plugins Vite, Vite plugin solid, nothing too special here. And then, our classic index to HTML. So this is like a client app, just a normal Vite app. But then you have the power of Tanstack Router in here. So this is a very simple example, but just to get an idea, there's main TSX where they set up the router. And if you've ever seen Tanstack Router, there's a bunch of these creation methods. And what these do for the routes is they let them link all the types together, right? So we have all these create route calls. As you can see, this is basically the same as doing Tanstack React Router. If you've seen these before, create route, get parent route, the loader mechanism, the query client. These things are all from an API surface side. Basically, it's the same. The only difference you're going to see is when you go inside the components, you might find something like create effect instead of use effect, for example, or
Yeah.
create query, which for those who aren't familiar, create query is actually solid queries. So this particular example shows the full Tanstack experience of using Tanstack query and Tanstack router together in something that, like, I mean, I'm having a pretty hard time seeing any difference here that much. There's subtle things, and I pointed them out right away when I would look at
Yeah.
it. But for the most part, this is the same experience you get when developing with React with these tools. So, just with the added benefit of Solid's performance and granular updates.
Oh, I just realized we haven't merged the docs yet.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
did
Yeah, I
we
should make
merge
this.
the docs? Yeah, we need to merge those. I was just about to share it, and I was like, oh, wait, where's the documentation? Hold on, let me hurry and merge that.
It's the user story single flight mutation to preserve the new router. Single flight mutation currently is only built into Solid router, but it's a protocol in our server functions that could be extended to other routers. I think if you want to talk about this project generally speaking, like there's stuff that Solid router does that's very specific and very mechanical, and things that I particularly cared about, which we built up in Solid router. Whereas conversely, this is like a straight port of Tanstack Router, which has all the Tanstack features, which are a lot of features that we don't even have. There's a lot of things that are jammed into Tanstack Router. Better handling some scroll restoration or just various other more advanced features. So no, single flight isn't here. There's a few other things that I built specifically while building SolidStart that are not here, but there's some interesting potential here if we can find a good common base. But as I said, I built SolidStart to be router agnostic initially, and my hope is that it will not take very much to be able to leverage those features in Tanstack Solid Router as well.
Yeah, like we have plans for single flight mutations in the router in general that should work across frameworks as well. some of that is only around what we can control, right? So your single flight mutations would be around mutations that affect like your route loaders, for instance, because there's a different single flight mutation approach for things that use like React query or solid query. And similarly, if you're using like the async primitives for solid, then we would need to integrate further. But I think that's all pretty possible.
Yeah. File-based routing work, and my understanding is you have a Vite plugin to do Tanstack routers file-based routing. So as long as you have that Vite plugin doing the processing, there is a file system routing solution that comes with the router.
Yeah. So there's a baseline like code-based routing solution that takes a little bit more work to set up for like this. What you're looking at is the code-based setup. And there's a little bit of work to to hook everything together, mostly to make sure you get good type safety. As soon as you want things like code splitting, like for better performance, I would just absolutely say use the file-based router, because file-based routing puts in just a little bit of convention, enough to where we can handle all of that for you for free. So like we will then code split all of your routes. We can even do extraction to take your loaders and your components and rip them apart and make sure that they're like loaded in parallel. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I highly suggest using the file-based router.
If it'd be feasible for a future version of Tanstack router to be able to handle React and Solid routes in one app, I got a React
Whoa.
app with some. And
that would be pretty crazy.
I mean,
nothing is impossible.
Yeah, I mean that's
with enough work, and I don't know how much work I'd be willing to put into that.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty tricky because even if you have sections of the app that kind of render, the context sharing is tricky. And the biggest client side, I've actually figured out patterns to kind of make this injection work. It's a funny game you play because React doesn't understand DOM and Solid doesn't understand VDOM. So there's like but routes are kind of mostly separate, but you still have to worry about outlet injection and stuff. But the harder one is SSR, I find, because async impacts like how they have almost completely different protocols in terms of how they like assemble, right?
Yeah.
React makes like a bunch of VDOM nodes and then they figure out, how to stream that or like put that kind of lay it together. Solid's like creating strings on the fly. I think SSR would be pretty hard to do.
Yeah. That's a big rabbit hole when you start to expand it out. I don't know if that.
But I mean, there is a world in which I could see someone pulling up the CLI and eventually getting to a point where it's like install new Tanstack Start project and then be like, do you want to use React or do you want to use Solid?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alex brings up a really good point, because if you look at like really what it means to move between frameworks these days, a lot of frameworks have converged on very similar concepts for like templating and components and code reuse, right? I would actually wager that there's more similarities between the frameworks than there are the routers that those frameworks have. So the idea here that I have in mind is that, like, if you can say, okay, this is the router that we have chosen, and it happens to work across all these different frameworks, then it's very likely that you're not going to have to change a lot of code to move between frameworks, other than just, okay, now we just need to convert our components, our rendering UI part of it, into a different framework. And I feel like that's not as intense as say, we have to switch frameworks and we have to switch out our router and our data fetching and switch out our SSR approach and all this stuff. Like, no, it's just all that can stay the same.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm kind of loving the double-edged sword that comes with saying you need a framework these days, because like on one hand, it's puts this higher overhead that you now need these pieces, but React is like very much pushing you in that direction. I mean, we can talk about CRA and that whole debacle maybe a bit later, but on the other hand, it means that people aren't interfacing with the low level stuff as much. They're interfacing with these abstractions. So like, like the remix crowd, for example, very famous for saying like, I don't use state or use effect anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, obviously that's been happening for a very long time when people have used query, because it's the same thing. Right. And to be fair, in Solid with resources, there's the same thing again,
Yeah.
but like
resources and like derived stuff,
yeah,
like you kind of don't need any of it.
right. But on the other hand, like we're just taking the step like that much higher up to the point that like it might be easier to swap things. I think the interesting thing, and I think the challenge that we have to face with this, and something I'm very conscious of, is the core of those frameworks. Okay, API surface, very similar. So for developer switching, conceptually not that hard. They have the pieces are kind of known, and then when they once they decide, I want a query or cache client, and I want this piece, I want a router, and they kind of have those pieces together.
Yeah.
The underlying framework doesn't matter as much, arguably, from an API standpoint, but from a capability standpoint, it's an interesting question, because like I don't know if anyone saw my stream last week with the async signals and stuff. When you start going down a path where the underlying framework has these different capabilities, it becomes different how the abstractions actually can perform their tasks. Sometimes maybe more optimally, sometimes more streamlined. It might actually even possibly influence the shape of those abstractions. Now, the thing is, with Vue, Svelte, Solid, almost all converging on the same, and even Angular, maybe eventually all converging in the same zone, then like you can be like, okay, we can build towards that future. But interestingly, React is the only one not on that path. So I do think for agnostic solutions, there's going to be a turning point in the future between them going, okay, React's a default. How do I account for the fact that Solid exists? To a switch in default, we're saying like these other signals-based frameworks make certain things so much more streamlined and so much simpler. Maybe I can just gut all this stuff and just move it to the React adapter or the React implementation, because they make us jump through. I mean, I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Like as I look at like, okay, how are actual client-side front-end frameworks progressing and innovating, right? And like React, I know React, and I've spoken with the React core team recently, and I know that they very, very deeply care about the client and about client-side performance. They're just approaching it in a very different way through a compiler, right, and through different means. And I look at that as, they can figure that out, and maybe they can follow where Solid is going down the path so far, and that would be great. But like I look at a lot of the async stuff that you've been doing and like the patterns that it opens up, and I'm like, well, I don't really know how I would even represent that in React today. So I see it as kind of like in the same way that we always talked about downsampling signals into immutability, right? You'll almost have to do the same thing for these new async patterns. You'll have to like downsample the concepts into more coarse-grained implementations in other frameworks. We'll have to see how that shakes out. I think it's possible. Yeah, you're just moving code into the adapter that needs to do a little bit more work for that framework to kind of implement those patterns. So it'd almost be like you could get the same pattern, like you could use the same pattern as like the new async primitives in Solid in React, but it's like it would be like downsampled, or there might be tearing, or there might be little kind of gotchas, but at least you'd be able to have the same interface across all the adapters.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. The craziest thing is where I see when we built Solid, I mentioned this last stream, I was like, okay, what can I do to be like React? How can we prove that this is viable and do the same things React does? With Solid 2.0 and the stuff that I showed off last, it doesn't even fit the React mental model. Like the idea of like self-healing, fine-grained, like self-healing error boundaries and stuff, like where you can be like, oh, I'm down here and I'm retrying, and because I know the data dependencies and I know this is errored, I can just like refetch something. Like these kind of concepts make no sense in a run component model. And I think this is kind of part of the problem there. Like do a React compat lib like React does. Solid like React compat is incredibly hard because people don't realize this. The frameworks are so different. They are like night and day different to the point that like the best way I could think of doing compat with React is just like basically write my own Preact and then say this component is a Preact component inside Solid. Like
Yeah.
I have to basically invent a whole separate framework to pull that off.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
It's almost like a mixture too. You'd almost have to have a little bit of a compiler and a runtime framework thing. Hi. This is live right now. People can see you. Yeah. Say wave to everybody. Say hi. Yay. Okay.
why do you think React isn't converging?
Right back.
Yeah, no problem. I'll take this one on because this is one I can answer. Why do you think React isn't converging similar to other frameworks? I think because React was always the different one. I mean, honestly, right from the beginning, their philosophy, their beliefs is something to be respected. Is that there's this kind of immutable functional programming kind of mentality. They're just a different place. When React came out, every other framework was different than them, and they're like, you can do it a different way. And then other frameworks kind of copied bits of them, but they never, not all of them actually like fully adopted what React is. So React abandoning its approach wouldn't make any sense. Like their whole concept is components are the unit of change, and it's re-render whatever. Like you can optimize it, memoize it, whatever, but they're not like gonna change the signals, even unless they thought like they could hide that fact. But what I'm actually kind of getting at is it's really interesting when you don't hide that fact. Like that's what enables what I think the real power is in the future. So I think React is exactly where it's supposed to be in that sense. I mean, we can argue about other aspects of them, but yeah, I mean, it's the longer you go on this path, especially the longer you follow Solid and follow React, I think we're going to actually start seeing divergence here, because up till now, I was just trying to placate what everyone else's expectation of how UI should work. Now, thanks to the support and people like believing in what we're doing, we're taking things beyond that to like a different place.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we should talk a little bit about how everyone ended up in the Discord in the first place. What I was saying is,
Yeah. I can't decide if we should go like top down or bottom up, you know?
yeah,
I feel like I feel like a lot of this started with Tanstack Start. And when I was like, hey, I'm going to build this framework. And obviously I reached out to you and I was like, okay, how did you do SolidStart? And you're like, well, okay, so we use this tool, right? And that's Vinci. Like everybody probably already knows that now. So
yeah. But to understand a bit about Vinci is Nikhil built SolidStart, like largely the core parts of the original SolidStart. And then when we tried to expand it and we hit a bunch of shortcomings, and when we went to go update it, it becomes such a mess that Nikhil's like, let's write it over again. And we tried to do some stuff like on top of Astro, like basically we're trying to find a deployment solution. And then what Vinci was like, he was finding like, okay, I think I figured out a way to use Vite in a way that's generic, because he was building React apps. He wanted to use server components. And as people know, server components with Vite hasn't been really a thing. It wasn't really possible. So he came up with an approach, which is kind of obvious, but also kind of, awkward, in that he's like, okay, well, we'll just make separate Vite processes for each environment, so to speak. And then we'll just wire them together. And then I'll like grab Nitro over here, and then we'll have a solution. It was a hack together thing of the same sort of like of the original Vite, which is like, okay, well, I have roll up and then I have ES build, and then I'm going to just kind of pull these things together.
I wouldn't even call it a hack either, because if the environment APIs hadn't come out in Vite 6, it would still be the best way to do it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, very fortunately, it did, and which kind of changed the game considerably, because we were kind of in this point, because you're right. It started with Tanstack and us talking, because for a while there, Tanner, you didn't want to build a meta framework, and you're like, but you really wanted the push router, and then we were talking about this, and you're like, well, if people, the meta framework kind of comes with the router, and I'm like, it doesn't have to, right?
Yeah.
There is a philosophical place where it doesn't have to, but who cares? React router is Remix, Next building their router, like that is their framework, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of funny because we aligned so much on this stuff. Because for me, for Solid, we were in this interesting place where we didn't want to like make something new and like split our ecosystem. Like you've seen what's been happening with React. There's like three ways to do things. Brian Florence did a great poll that I'm probably going to show at some point. Actually, I could probably just show it right now
Yeah.
if I
I remember
really
that one.
wanted to. But he basically, the React community has no clue which way to go when it comes to the server components versus loaders versus like more spa-like patterns. And I wasn't willing to split the ecosystem. So what I did with SolidStart was come up with this approach, which was like basically spa first, and then just use server functions as an additive way to add server functionality, even without SSR, and then just build everything on this single base, and also try and do it to be agnostic. So like if someone new router came along, like Tanstack router, people could use that too, and then I wouldn't have to like make these things because I wasn't interested in pushing a product. So I guess fortunately from your perspective is that means that the common base that I needed to pull that off was what you need, was similar to what you would need to be like, I want to start a new project and use my router, because
Yeah.
the stuff we built didn't care that much about which router you used.
Yeah. And we both we both care about the server and SSR and stuff, but that's definitely not like server first methodology. Like that's not where we came from. So we lined up on that, where it's like, hey, we really care about SPAs, we really care about client side performance. We're going to start there and incrementally add things back. I mean, that's what both of the starts really have in common, is that they're like client first, opt into the server as far back as you want.
Right.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Well, it kind of moved around, but when I first saw the poll, there was literally like 15 people had voted. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny because, yeah, 15 people had voted and it was dead even, 30, 30, 30, basically.
Yeah.
And 10. And he ended up getting another 2,000 votes, and it did not shift that much the whole time. So like,
I think this poll is really interesting. Actually, there's some hidden like self-deception happening here that I think people look at these and they think, well, they're mutually exclusive, and they're definitely not. I mean, so, okay, it's more of like a hierarchical thing, right? But if you choose one of them, you can still have the others, and I'll let you figure out which one that is. I mean, it's really difficult to say. So let's go through, like, if you have an SPA, you can still use loaders and actions. And in the very near future, with like React Router 7, when they launch their RSCs, and when we launch ours, you'll be able to use RSCs too. But that doesn't go the same. It doesn't feel the same direction when you're going from something like Next that's totally built on and around and for RSC first experiences. And then it's like the loader in action and the SPA kind of architecture styles. You can get similar functionality out of it, but it's not the same developer experience at all. So I feel like that is what drove a lot of the answers here personally, is it's like, it's not which tech do I want to be available to me, but more what's the style of architecture that I prefer to build my apps in, right? And that's why I think you get this even split.
yeah, I think, I mean, and that's fair. The fact that these, and that was my actual quote tweet. I said the fact that these are distinct worlds in React, if it remains even split, it speaks volumes to the fact that these three distinct worlds is a problem with most solutions in React space. The fact that like you can't mix and match. The interesting thing though to me, perception wise, is when I view a difference between, like, he called it loader action because that's what Remix calls that. But to me, that is in a different category than what you call loaders in the router, or what we call preload in SolidStart router, or what Svelte used to do in Sapper, and I think Nuxt has something similar. In fact, React Router 3 had an on something hook that was
Yeah.
on the same kind of vein, and then they
On
removed
mount
it,
kind of a thing.
and they removed it in React Router 4. So like that pattern, I don't consider loaders. I still consider it like on the SPA side of things. What I consider loaders is remixes loaders, like the specific like non-granular like server, like this is a server action loader, full swing, only runs on the server.
Yeah.
And I know they have now client loaders and client actions, like
Yeah.
forked it into like a billion different splits. But
I would have preferred different styles of like SSR, basically, like SPA, no SSR, traditional like hydration based single pass SSR with hydration, or like the incremental weaving of, hydration and SSR, which I feel like these are the technologies that back those three patterns up.
Right. Yeah. Because what I'm kind of trying to say is like this is get server side props. Like from my perspective, from an architectural standpoint, this is SPA. Maybe it has isomorphic loaders or whatever the hell you want to call them.
Yeah.
And this is Next App Router. This is the RSC base, like
RSC as a framework. Basically.
Exactly. Right. Not just a serialization format, but like as an architect. Now, don't get me wrong. RC as a platform, like as an actual framework, has distinct benefits that are hard to impossible to get by using them a different way. So like I get why it's a thing, but when you go here, you're actually saying I kind of want an MPA, but that does client routing. Like it's a different architecture. So like for me, these are like his wording meant that you could mix and match to a certain degree, but they are potentially distinctive approaches. Now, those approaches could be swapped at a page route level. Conceptually, like you could swap them out in a route section, like in a particular panel.
Yeah. Well, and like, so even like what I'm working on right now, I'm working on SPA mode for Tanstack Start, right? And we would call it SPA mode. Really what it is just like this flexible choice, whether you want to say, hey, I just want to do everything on the client for this route, or you can mix and match and say, I want to have some of this route render only on the client, but some of it SSR on the server. And then when we get into RSCs are just going to be another kind of like API endpoint that you can call, and will happen to be able to SSR those. And you can do RSCs from the SPA side of it, all on the client, or you could do RSCs all on the server. And that's where you get into the interweaving thing. But yeah, you need to be able to mix and match these. And I think you can in almost all the frameworks, but it's more about what they're prioritizing with the way their architecture is set up, right? The conventions that they have, what they're pushing you towards.
Yeah. It's funny because I think it's worth kind of thinking about, but it's we got to walk back to where we actually got here, which was that you decided that because of the router, you basically needed to build a framework, and
the router is like 90% of the framework. When people say like, oh, the framework, I love this framework. I mean, if you take away the router, there is some stuff left, right? But there's not much, I don't really think.
Right. So, okay, people might be aware of this part of the story. So fast forward several months, Solid finishes testing all the pieces enough to get SolidStart 1.0 out. We're happy about the API. Mechanically, we've shown off really cool stuff like single flight mutations and granular updates, server functions, all the great features that people should be aware of and should watch one of my previous streams about. And Tanner's now finally, it's funny because we've been like out of sync a little bit because you were working on router while I was working on Start, and then you start working on Start when I'm like start working on Solid 2.0. And we just keep on missing.
Running a relay.
So you start working on Start and Start 1.0 goes out. And as I said, technically very, very cool stuff. But we start seeing that like there's difference when you have, X number of users versus, 1.0 production number of users. We start finding bugs. Unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
It's not a problem with the API shape. It's not a problem with the design. It's literally just bugs, like things that,
Just edge cases, that you
like,
didn't,
yeah.
that you
So
didn't
like,
have.
so we're sitting there and I, we've been fixing them. Nikhil, who's basically one man show, doing all that stuff, got really busy with his work. And it turns out the apps he was supporting were not even SSR apps. He was using, it's like he originally built it to support server components and server functions, all this stuff. And then he ended up building mostly client single page apps, which
Yeah.
is kind of funny and ironic, especially when you consider like the polls and all the conversation
Yeah.
and the Vite and the CRA. He originally built it because he thought Next.js was too slow with server components. And it was, and they fixed that. Their dev mode used to be horrendously slow. So he's like, I'm just going to build a framework.
Yeah.
But he also then went off to do his thing, and we're stuck there, and I'm in the repo trying to fix bugs, and we start forming on our side like a bit of a SolidStart team because I can't manage it, and people actually using the product, people, we got Burke already, and then people like Katja, and there's a few other people actually have projects actually built on SolidStart, and they're like, there's bugs, and these are real, and you start developing stuff, and you're like, okay, I need to fix these bugs, and then you're just like, okay.
Well, yeah, Vinci. I'm going to be very honest here. Vinci is like a very, very love-hate relationship with Vinci, right? Because when I came onto the scene to start, like it took me from 0 to 90%, like really fast, which was amazing. I was like, oh my gosh, like we have a framework, right? Like a full stack kind of build system and framework. I'm like, this is great. But like that last 10% was so difficult to get through. I mean, even just to get it to like alpha so that we could launch Tanstack.com using Tanstack Start. Just to get there was a slog to get, to go from proof of concept to alpha. But once we got there, like that's kind of when Nikhil, started to like pump the brakes and just get busy with other stuff. And I feel like it was basically around the same time that you and I were like, okay, we want more control. We need to get rid of these bugs. We have to fix these edge cases. And
I mean,
didn't have time. He just didn't have the time,
I mean, and then there was one other absolutely momentous release that happened in November, which was Vite 6.
Yeah, Vite 6 came out, and I think that was kind of the nail in the coffin for Nikhil, because before that he was kind of like, oh yeah, we can. He knew that he was filling a true gap in the ecosystem, but when Vite 6 was announced and started, like when it came out, I think he was kind of like, okay, all this stuff that I kind of did is going to get officially superseded anyway. And I think he was, I mean, from my interactions with him, he's been more than okay to kind of say, yes, here's the reins, you guys do what you need to do. There's no doubt that we wouldn't have been able to get both of the starts to where they are today without Vinci. But his heart's not in it anymore for good reason, and we just need more control. So.
Right. And that's when you came to me about a month after Vite 6 came out, in December around Christmas time, and Tanner came to me and he was like, yeah, I'm going to build a new server functions plugin. Let's see if we can just start building separate Vite parts, like Vite plugins. Because it's funny, so we started as SolidStart just being a Vite plugin, and many others have gone that way since, right? SvelteKit went from a thing to just a Vite plugin.
Yeah.
Remix went from a thing to just a Vite plugin. We had gone to we had started as just a Vite plugin before all that with SolidStart, but then we had the switch to Vinci to support the advanced features.
Yeah.
And then Vite 6 came out, and Tanner's like, let's just go back to being a Vite plugin.
It's funny you say that. Like right now, the branch I have checked out that I'm working on all morning is called De-Vinci, as in De-Vinci. And I'm literally converting everything that we have back to just a Vite plugin, but using Nitro 2 and some of the new Nitro beta stuff that they have for 3 and Vite 6 environment. And I mean, I'm best friends right now with Brandon Roberts. I'm sure you know Brandon. But he built Analog, right? Hey, Brandon's here, dude. What's up, Brandon? So I've been hitting Brandon up a ton, and he's been very, very nice to me. He's like been more than nice to answer questions about how he's doing things. So I think it's going to go really well, and I think the tech is all pretty much in place now to get what we want out of it. Yeah, there it is, De-Vinci. But I'm really excited about it. So I think moving to just a Vite plugin, back to just a Vite plugin, like it's not going to be super amazing. It just puts more work back on like us as framework developers to like put more logic into that Vite plugin. But at the end of the day, it's going to be much better, I think.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, Brandon made the Nitro plugin for Vite because Nitro also kind of took a lot of extra. And my understanding is with Nitro version 3, it will be a Vite plugin because again, the environment API is what opens the door for this. So we're still in this awkward place where stuff is moving pieces because like Nitro 3 isn't quite out yet, and then we're trying to build something that would be built on top of Nitro 3 hypothetically. So yeah,
that's the plan. I mean, from what Brandon's told me, that the upgrade to Nitro 3 isn't going to be that big of a deal compared to what I'm doing right now, which is going from Vinci to just like straight Nitro, which is a lot more of like there's a lot more pain involved there. I mean, there's a lot. There's things around like okay, actually, I think this is a good time to talk about where this took us, like what happened because of this. So when Vinci was clearly, it's like, okay, we need to long-term plan, phase Vinci out and figure out what we're doing. We knew that we were going to be working more together on the Start projects. And originally what I want to do is just piece by piece kind of start ripping pieces out of Vinci and just replace them with my own that were like agnostic. And the first one that I did was server functions, specifically like use server directive. And this not like the create server function that you get from Tanstack Start, but like just use server and directives and like file directives for a use server. So that took a good 2 weeks. I think you remember when I was doing that. And I ripped all of it out of Vinci and I replaced it with just a Vite plugin. It's actually 3 Vite plugins. You don't have to use them all, but there's like a client, an SSR, and a server version. And you just throw these Vite plugins in there, and all of a sudden you have server functions in all of your environments, which was pretty crazy. And it relies on nothing but Vite.
Yeah, and I believe it was Brenly again who, if you've seen the latest version of SolidStart, uses that very server Vite plugin.
They already swapped it out, which was really cool.
So this happened all around. It's in December-ish, around Christmas time. What had happened was Tanner was going this way. We talked, and Tanner was like, "Let's do this." And then I was like, "Okay, SolidStart team emergency meeting," because this is kind of wasted. And it was SolidStart team plus Tanner. And in that meeting, we discussed this future where we're, the de-Vincification, and then the idea was that we'd see ways to work more together. And in that meeting, Tanner went and invited all the core maintainers to the SolidStart project into the Tanstack Start collaborator Discord, where the specific maintainers are. So that pool of people has been working together for the last month, which is again why we've already integrated the plugin, and also I think a big part of why stuff like Tanstack Router it came out so quickly, because everyone was just working next to each other.
Yep. And it's wild to have everybody in the same room, to be honest, because we're going to need more of it. Like Manuel has been working on Manuel Schiller. If you guys don't know who that is, but Manuel's awesome. So he's he's been doing a lot of really core, grueling, amazing work on router, Tanstack router and Start. But he's been spearheading, like, how are we going to do framework agnostic CSS, like manifest extraction and loading and unloading, and how do we make it work with a bunch of different routers. So that's coming, which is going to be crazy to figure out. We already kind of talked about that a little bit in that same channel that has everybody in there. So there's a lot of great minds in there. Yeah, SolidStart's running Tanstack server plugin since 1.10.
Yeah, that's the version. Yeah.
So yeah, this is just the beginning. Really is really what we need to put out there, is that this is just the beginning. Like in the beginning, SolidStart was the one forging ahead to figure out how do we make Vinci work. And they did that. And then I kind of grabbed the baton now, and now I'm like, okay, how do we take it to the next level and get rid of Vinci? And we're going to port that stuff back to SolidStart, right? And it's probably going to ping pong for a while. I mean, this is definitely not like, we don't have like some 3 or 6 month plan on like, we need to do this and this and this and this. It's just going to be very gradual and, very long-term convergence on how do we share some of this stuff. And no way, Brandon's using it too. It's awesome. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's like, okay, if we can truly build stuff that's agnostic and everybody can just share it, like, it's really, really powerful. And I mean, my hope is that the stuff that I'm doing right now, wait, Tanstack Solid Router.
You missed the announcement. That was the announcement at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah. My hope is, so I'm literally taking the code that Brandon has written right now and porting it into Tanstack Start. And I'm, and both of us are finding that he's like, oh, some of this stuff was just for analog. And I'm like, and I'm going to need some of this stuff just for Start. But there's going to be a common ground there. And I think that it's going to happen again. Like, we're going to find some common ground, some common, plugins and some things. And I think some of them are already there that Brandon has already written. And then those are going to end up in SolidStart. Like, we're all just going to start. Yeah. Exactly. And now we need to put, the same one, but we're looking at analog.
Right, because this kind of funnels down the stream, because which is what I was kind of going to get to, is I think ultimately that it doesn't end here with this, because now that we've kind of cleared up those pieces, Vite's taken on some of the responsibility, and we can return to Vite plugin streamlining. It's not just for us, it's actually for Nitro as well. I would not be surprised if there's conversations where we can streamline stuff more with Nitro, right? Brandon's our interface on how to do that with the plugin for now, but when Nitro 3 comes out and it's a plugin, we can start looking at that, because I think one of our biggest challenges with Nitro over time was just that, I mean, it's kind of like how Vinci was built with SolidStart originally in mind. Nitro was kind of built with Nuxt in mind. Yeah. So like, there's certain patterns and certain things and certain conventions which would not necessarily sit with a React or Solid audience. But I think that when we figure out from a primitive standpoint and figure out what like those pieces are much more clearly, there'll be just like obvious places where to kind of move that stuff. I love the chat going off here. Angular start.
What is Troot?
I have no clue.
Who knows? I saw somebody said Tangular.
Oh, it's a huge raid apparently. That is what's going on. Oh, what is this Primogen? Did Primogen just raid us with 1,500 people on Twitch?
I still don't know what CH root is though, so whatever.
Yeah. No, this is awesome. I just got Tanner Linsley here, Critter Tanstack, React Query, Tanstack Router, and we're here talking about Tanstack Start, the new meta framework, and we're talking about newly released today, Tanstack Router for Solid.js. First other framework with it, so you can get the full type-safe routing experience with Solid.js.
This is nuts.
Yeah, this is what happens. I don't know how he manages. See, I actually try and respond to people in chat when you become Prime or Theo size that you can't just respond to people in chat
No,
anymore. I can't even scroll fast
yeah,
enough.
it's just dead. It's just become useless now. Wait, I saw one. Does Tanstack Router do input validation? Input validation. I mean, the input that you get on a router is the URL. And yes, it does do validation on the URL. So yes. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I would say you respond pretty well, Prime. It just meant like I literally answer every single person's question. That's why my streams get derailed to 6 hours. If I tried to do that with a chat your size, I think I'd be like, we'd be here for several days.
Yeah, serious. All right. Where were we? What were we talking about? We were talking about, so we're going to converge. There's stuff being shared everywhere between Tanstack and Solid and Analog. And it's just going to get crazier. Like, I think that like Analog's going to get stronger because of it. SolidStart obviously is going to get stronger. Honestly, now that we have Solid Router out, I don't think it's out of the question that we see an Angular router or a Vue router soon. I think I'm trying to think of the order that the other adapters kind of followed. And it's like, once you unlock one, there's like a natural order to the rest of them. And I feel like that was the order, is like, once Solid was done, it was kind of like an Angular and a Vue tie to who can get to the next adapter.
I think now with the way things change, you're going to find that Svelte 5 is actually going to be the next one. I've seen this already, like in Zero, like that they do like the replicache guys are doing local first. Obviously Solid was first after React, and then Svelte was the next one. Because Svelte and Solid are so close that now, since they made that change to use fine-grained signals rendering, basically the same approach we've been using in Solid for years, that that port is probably going to be the next easiest, then Vue, and then Angular.
Yeah. I saw somebody talk about validation again. So you can validate in the router for your URL, but if you're talking about Tanstack Start, you can also get that level of validation on your server function RPCs as well. So that's what might be where there's some overlap. That somebody said the chat's going like zooming by. But I saw somebody mention that.
Yeah, no, yeah, people talking about Valibot and Zod.
Yeah, you can use anything that's standard schema. So like they came out with the standard. Is it called standard schema? Is that what it's called? I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And
standardization between all the TypeScript validation libraries. So they pretty much all of them conform to that standard schema now, and so you can use any of them and it just works. Yeah.
Yeah, I've wondered about that, because Valibot's like selling point is it's so freaking small and so optimal. So it's like, does that transformation actually slow it down or make it larger? And it's so funny because it's like a conflict of like defeating the point, but I get it. Compatibility is better than being better. I just like being better. So it's like hard for me sometimes.
A lot of it, I think, depends if you're doing validation on the client too. Like, a lot of people don't want to ship Zod to the client because it's chunky.
It's like it's pretty big, isn't it? It's like it's getting on, like, it's not quite like Apollo client, but it's like it's something.
No. I mean, I still ship it to the client because I just whatever. But
a real question.
Do things like router DevTools work with Solid now as well? That's a good question. I think they should. They may not. But here's the cool thing. So what we did with Tanstack Query is we rewrote the DevTools in Solid, actually. And because Solid is super small and lightweight, when you install React Query DevTools, you're actually getting a Solid app.
I wish that counted towards our NPM downloads.
I mean, it should, because it's installing Solid.
I don't know why it works, but if you look at React Query DevTools, you guys get more downloads than Solid.js does. Like,
really? Okay.
Like almost weird. Double or triple. Yeah.
It relies on Solid. So like, we're just passing like
I think
query client back and forth.
I think it's because it's an app. So you install it to make the app, and then you build the app, and then
Oh, it's. I mean,
the
we could just
users of
add
it
it.
don't actually
We
install
could
it.
just add it as a dependency. We
I,
should.
I don't know if it works like the way like yeah. Anyway,
Should we? We can growth hack that. Just add it as a dependency, and then we're good.
because I saw that and I was like, wow, that's depressing. Because the React query obviously is very popular. That's just how much bigger the ecosystem is. That a tool in the React ecosystem was like triple our npm downloads.
Yeah. But we will do the same thing for router most likely very soon. So I actually don't know if the dev tools probably don't work. They probably don't even available for the solid router yet. But that's probably what will happen. We will probably port them to solid, except and then we'll backport them back to React.
Yeah.
React router dev tool, like Tanstack React router dev tools as a solid app. So,
yeah, like the dev tools are already installed that you use with all the query clients, whether it's Svelte, query,
for all of the query
yeah,
adapters, they're all
and
it's
Vue,
all
yeah.
just solid. And I mean, nobody has any idea. It's just an app, so who cares? So it's pretty cool. Hooray for solid.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad your developers enjoy using Solid. I'm glad.
And I'm trying to remember who did that. Was it Aiden? No.
Arian or
Arian.
Yeah.
Arian did that. He's going to school right now. He's kind of busy too. But yeah, Arian's he's a genius. So he's very, very good at what he does. Maybe we'll have to ask him to come and moonlight that for us and do it again. He was really good at it. Yeah, so like we can talk about what's coming if you want.
You can also, I mean, how
or we
familiar?
Can talk about current affairs.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like we can get to current affairs in a little bit. Is there anything you want to show off to people about the latest stuff in Tanstack Start, or like because you've been tweeting stuff the last week about some like really cool functionality, and I think it's. I mean,
yeah, show off maybe. I mean, I'm in a broken state right now, and I don't feel like stashing and changing. But I will talk briefly about kind of some of the stuff we've added. So,
I just need to go to Twitter and I can find your tweets probably where you were.
Yeah, in fact, that's a great way to do it. So, recently, so what I did, I added something for server functions. So this is not like the use server directive stuff. This is for create server function, which is our type safe abstraction over use server. We created a new flag, a new type of create server function that you can set to static. And basically what that means is when you pre-render your site, you're basically just running SSR on your machine. And when you have a server function set to static, it will, you'll call your server functions as normal during that pre-render SSG phase. And if a server function is static, it will cache the result of that server function and actually build it out as a static asset to an SSG site. And if anybody ever used React Static that I built 5 or 6 years ago, it's basically that. So it's fully static SSG, but all the data is split too. For each route is all like code split. And so as you navigate around the site, you're just, instead of calling server functions, it replaces those server function calls with fetch calls to static JSON.
What I think is interesting about this that people aren't clicking on is some of the reasons people use RCs is because of like the PPR thing and the static like pre-gen of like stuff outside the suspense boundaries. What this approach proves or shows is that you can have the same impact or like feel by simply caching the server functions, right? You can so RCs are just a data format. So like, okay, it's JSX. If you just say at build time run the server function and now it's JSON, your framework's always going to be serializing that into the blob anyway. So you get that same like from a CDN thing. Like you're talking about a purely static scenario, but you could also do the PPR thing and just go like, these ones are static and these ones will be fetched at runtimes, and use this as a performance enhancement approach and do it. But you don't need specific next architecture for it. You don't even need the edge. Although I do approve of streaming from the edge because you can get that initial response faster. As I was showing before, a fast edge network with a static response, even from a worker, while not quite as fast as CDN, won't have as big of an impact anyways. I did a whole PPR debunking episode a while ago and benchmark. But this is a mechanism. See, I didn't take it further, so I couldn't really talk about it. This is a mechanism that makes it possible to do something very PPR-like, just in any single page app type thing. You can go all the way, like you said, and just like be like, look, it's pure CDN, but you can also split it with a streamed edge function approach, which I think is very, very cool.
Yeah. And I think well, what you brought up too, you bring up a really good point, because like if we talk about RSCs, right? The first thing that I always like to say when everybody brings up RSCs is that everyone's being educated about RSCs incorrectly. Everybody reasons about React server components as if they're like really, really magical. And most of that has to do with the way that Next.js has implemented RSCs. They are very, very abstracted and black box, in my opinion. Like you call a server function in Next, and if it returns an RSC, you get back an element essentially on the other side of that server function, right? But do you know what I'm going to say?
No, but you can continue. Dev said something that really caught my eye. He's like, this mechanism we just described is completely framework agnostic. So RSCs,
that mechanism is.
RSCs are proprietary React. Yeah. Serializing a server function is not. It could work with Solid. It could work with,
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So RSCs, I don't like the way that they're implemented in Next. And I don't like the way that we talk about them in the React ecosystem, because we talk about them as if they're proprietary. So the way that I have reframed RSCs for people is to say, stop saying RSCs, and let's just say readable streams of whatever we want. It's a readable stream of text, right? And that text can be serialized anything. At that point, a readable stream of text could be a serialized React component. It could be a serialized Solid component.
HTML.
It could be just HTML. It could be anything, right? As long as you have a way to bring it back to life once you get that. It's just serialization and deserialization. And so everybody is really obsessing about RSCs right now. And I'm like, you know what? I would love to be able to obsess about RSCs, but that doesn't feel primitive enough. So what I'm doing is I'm obsessing about streams, readable streams and incremental streams, async iterables, right? Because from a framework perspective, if I can unlock a really, really good developer experience around readable streams as a primitive, well, now you can do anything you want, right? RSCs are just one implementation of that. So that's what we've done in the router, and that's what we've done with with Tanstack Start, is that when you're sending these like RSC things around, really, we don't try and obfuscate any of that from you. You're going to get back a readable stream, and you can cache it. You could throw that stream into a JSON file. You could cache it into local storage. You can bring it back to life whenever you want, right? So that's how we need to start talking about this stuff. This proprietary language.
I couldn't agree with you more. And a lot of the work, Dev joined the Solid Core team, specifically working in R&D in that area, because there's a commonality between that kind of thinking, I think, not just with these server client communications, but even with stuff like local first and like different ways of kind of breathing in these like streams and events of data. So much to the point that I'm actually going to throw this up right here. I don't know if anyone noticed this last week when I was doing my stream. Create async, which is like our very, very basic async handler in Solid. You're going to notice something here. The type for the computation function is promise of t, async iteral of t, or t.
Yeah.
We are actually supporting async iterables, which means we're supporting readable streams and even RX observables at the most core level of async in the framework. Right. So like this is in this way.
I think that's pivotal.
Yeah,
it's pivotal. I mean, so I'm full disclosure. Like me and Dominic TK Dodo, we've been talking about doing this for React query, for Tanstack query overall, is just supporting async iterables.
When this stuff comes out, we're gonna have to real interesting to talk about Solid query, because what the crazy part is, in Tanstack query, you guys make a really, really powerful primitive. And then at that point, when you say use query, you've interfaced with React. You've exited out and you're like, React, from this point on, you handle the rendering, you do the data. We'll just make sure you get what you need to get. Here's all these states. We'll communicate all that to you. But in a system that is built to handle this, like I showed off in the last stream with Solid, this async will probably be at the core of Solid Query. But every derived value, every memo, every part of the rest of the reactive system propagates that asynchronicity, propagates that thinking. So the state isn't just like, okay, use, now you're in React land and you're out of query land. It runs through the whole system, which means that the whole idea of like is fetching, is pending, is a native concept to the framework in terms of asynchronicity, which just, you know, like we're gonna have some talks. We're gonna have to figure out what that looks like, because it's just goes honestly, so far beyond.
What probably do is just let query focus on what it's supposed to be good at, which is cache management and the architecture around cache management and invalidation, instead of managing all of the asynchronicity and the behavior that we now have to manage today. Like, and we'll have to keep managing that for a lot of the other frameworks, you know, but for something like this, we could just say, hey, you know what, Solid covers this. Let's just push this down, you know?
Yeah. I know that's a little Solid pipe side thing, but like, this is what I'm paying attention to with the design of 2.0. So it's just another confirmation of going the right direction in terms of thinking.
Oh yeah, Dev had a good call out here. He says the core maintainers of TRPC helped us build Start server functions, which they did. I reached out to the core TRPC team and I was like, hey, we're building an RPC layer for Start. And I asked them, I was like, you guys know better than anybody else, like what's worked, what hasn't, what do you wish you had done, what, you know, and they actually helped us design a lot of the very first versions of it. From there, it's been a lot of me and like Christopher Harobin and Manuel Schiller just kind of going back and forth on how do we do context, like middleware. Middleware is a really hot thing we're working on right now. And it's a very complicated topic because, you know, you have this concept of middleware that can span client and server calls in kind of its middleware triangle, I like to call it, where it's like going in and then coming back out. So, yeah, we used a lot of like TRPC isms to figure that stuff out.
Yeah.
It's been very helpful.
No, it makes a lot of sense because they have experience with the beyond like thing. Like I really only focused on the mechanics of like use server, but when you consider like validation, when you consider like middleware pieces, that when people are building actual API routes, there's a whole other mechanism layer outside it. Good comment here, just on the side, saying something like Apollo is the ultimate goal, or like GraphQL type stuff. And I actually think it's one of those funny things where I've said this many times on stream. I've even like drawn like the history of data fetching. GraphQL in a sense was the pinnacle of our capability on the client in terms of being able to manage this stuff. But like, there's a reason React Query came out, right? You did a whole write-up when you first came out where you're like normalized versus document level caching. And funnily enough, for the average developer, document level caching ended up being the winner, and normalized cache probably just kind of drifted off into space. The thing is, there's a DX consideration and in terms of pattern thing that, in a sense, GraphQL, what it does is so powerful, and it's got like, but then it was like, it's also like, it's bigger than React on the client bundle. Like it's like this black hole that forces all this. I think one of the biggest interesting parts is we step back and then we're kind of approaching it again. But this time when we're approaching it, it's in a way that doesn't feel hopefully as obtrusive. It is a good point in your head to think of GraphQL perhaps as the pinnacle of potential, at least local maxima of data fetching capability. But interestingly enough, it's an example where, because of everything else around it, as you said, like, you know, implementation aside or whatever, it ended up not like kind of fading out a bit, and why TRPC got so popular and why server functions have gotten so popular here.
Yeah, with the rise of, actually I think it was Ryan Florence who called it the back end for front end, right? Or at least he popularized. I don't know if he came up with it, but yeah, Theo's right. I haven't bothered with GraphQL since I started normalized caching as a skill. Absolutely. And in my opinion, so let's touch on that first. Like the normalized caching thing, I never said that it wasn't valuable or important for some things. Like I use TweetDeck every day, and if they didn't have normalized caching, their UI would be a mess, right? But I didn't want normalized caching to be a touch point for developers, because most, if not many or all developers, say all developers, suck at managing caches. Even I suck at managing caches, which is why I built software that we can test and know that it works well. And so when I built React Query, I wanted it to be a system where you could build a normalized cache on top of it if you want, as an optimization. And people have done that. If you look at, there's a project called Normie. If you look at, there's a project called Normie.js, Normy. I'm not exactly sure. But Normie.js, you can just drop it on top of React Query or Tanstack Query or RTK Query. It's really impressive. So I think that's the right direction to go. Like if you need normalized caching, make it an optimization that you don't have to deal with. Theo's got some good comments here. I'm going to go back to what you said though about, so I was saying backend for front end and GraphQL. So backend for front end popularized this potential, this idea that like between your backend and your front end, you can have some server code to help you do things that kind of displaces a little bit of what we use GraphQL for, right? It's like this staging area between your client and your server where you can grab things from a bunch of assets, pull them together, only send down the data that you need for that call. Sound a little familiar, like GraphQL, right? So there have been some like shifts in the way that we like architect things and deploy things that I think have lessened the need for GraphQL specifically. But like normalized caching, it needs to be there for some things. I get it.
Yeah. It is an interesting thing. Just, I mean, I guess that's like the scale, right? Because people didn't even stop at React Query. If you think about it, Remix is loaders, and then RSCs at the far extreme is like that whole slide off the cliff. Because RSCs don't have that same kind of client cache. You when you change like something on the page, you end up going back to the server for the whole freaking page. Yes, you have server-side caches to make up for it, but you have completely gone the opposite direction at that point. What do I have here? This is what you're talking about, or this is something even more than that? Tanstack Start spa routes.
Oh, this is something different. I didn't talk about this yet. So this isn't necessarily something new for like the ecosystem or a new idea, but it's something new for Tanstack Start, which I think is really cool. So it's basically opting out of SSR at any level of your route matching. So other than the route, right? The route route. So if you have a bunch of nested routes at any level in there, you can say, hey, SSR false. And when we get to that point, we'll just kind of say, okay, everything that we've loaded up to this point will stream down to the user, HTML and everything. And then we'll just pick up client rendering again when we get to the client for this specific route.
Right. Okay, so it's like our client only, but you're doing this on like a route definition level. Okay.
Yeah, like we have a client only component as well, where you can say, hey, don't render this unless you're on the client. It uses like a mounted type thing. This takes that to the next level at the route level to say, we're also not going to run any loaders or before load or any route loading life cycles for those routes going down, which is nice because the client only component is nice if you have logic that you're interacting with the browser APIs and the DOM inside of a component. But what if you have a loader, or what if you have a loader that needs to interact with local storage or something like that? It'd be really nice to just code fence that and say, this whole loader, this whole route relies on the client being there. So we're just going to opt out the whole route, the loader, the before load, the component, everything right here, so that we don't see any bugs, any errors happening when we try to access browser stuff. So actually, to take that a step further, what's really cool is when I built this, I was like, oh, as soon as we hit the first SSR false, we're just going to bail out entirely of all of them underneath it. But then I had a separate tweet. I think it's the next tweet that I made that was kind of announcy. I decided so instead of opting out from there down, we're running all of the route loaders and everything in parallel anyway. So what I did was I made it so that you can opt out of SSR for rendering at any point in the route tree, but you can keep loading data for ones that are lower than that. So you may have a route that needs to render on the client.
Yeah.
But you can take that opportunity while you're on the server to fetch the data while you're close to the database, grab it, and serialize that data down in the HTML response that it's sending down. So it's SSR, but for only the data. You're like,
which is half of the battle to get single flight mutations to work, because that's exactly what we do, right? You do the mutation and then you SSR the next page with only the data.
Yeah, Dev said we're all approximating RSCs and SPAs. It's like, yeah, I mean, we're trying to get the most that we can out of SPAs because they're extremely convenient and they're just so much easier to work with. There's no question about it. So like the more that we can eke out of the XPA experience, the better.
I think the big one is because of that granularness. Once you go to RSCs, you lose that ability on the client because you're giving that away. The farther we take the SPA thing, it's kind of like the GraphQL example or whatever we talked about, but not even that thing. You can be like, no, I only care about this data. I only need this piece. So there's something about the SPA model where mindset-wise, it's the React query model where you can invalidate or revalidate specific pieces of data.
Well,
You can basically make only that as part of your request and only do that part of the work with an SPA model. With an RSC model, you can do that on the server, but essentially you have to, like, you're sending the whole thing, you're doing the whole thing, you're re-rendering
I think a lot of it comes back to state management. We always talk about state management, and it is a fact that the closer you get to your user's keyboard and mouse, the more you know about who they are, what they're doing, what their intentions are, the state that they have, right? As soon as you start leaving, the further away you get from that keyboard and mouse, the less information you have about making optimizations. So ideally, the best place to make the call on an optimization would be on the client. We can't always do that because you have to start somewhere on the server, right? But once you get down to the client, you have so much information about the session. And yeah, what happens with RSCs and server first methodologies is you end up trying to hoist all of that state up into the server somehow, because now you need to know more to make the same optimizations on the server. Sorry, that's my daughter, if you can hear her screaming in the background. I'm getting doors on my office this week. Woohoo! But the more you know, you have to know more on the server for RSCs, for that model to like be able to make those same optimization calls, which is why you see people like, oh, if I'm going to add RSCs, then I got to have caching. And if I'm going to do server caching, then it's got to be, this weird function caching thing that only, there's flavors of it that only work on Vercel. And Nitro has the same function caching thing as well. And then you start getting into, well, do we spin up Redis and start throwing like user data into like this Redis session thing? And that starts to blur the lines a lot with like local first and sync engines, right? It just seems like everything gets so complicated when you move away from just, hey, we're on the client and we know basically everything there is to know. And if we don't know something, we can go to the server and figure it out really quick, So kids are crying over hearing RSC. Yeah, I said RSC and my 1-year-old went, no.
No, I mean, that works for me. One of the challenges that been for solid or signals is the fact that it's the most granular approach, which means that it was never optimized for people resending the whole page, right? In a sense, is RSC's the new DBMon benchmark? Ryan Florence went on stage and showed everyone how fast he could plaster a fresh new page over and over again in a diff engine, like a diff, like how fast React could diff. But I'm hoping that that's no one's real actual app, because think about how much less data you could send. Think about how much, less things you could update if you just like only sent what changed instead of like smashing the whole page. Now that's an extreme, but sometimes sending the whole page is simpler. Like in a sense, RSCs are for people who want to use Astro and then
Yeah.
just haven't figured out Astro is good enough. I don't know.
Well, and I think it's funny because I know that in the past I've been like, I don't know about RSCs, like I don't like them, or it's funny because I have an immediate use case for RSCs. I run a documentation site. Tanstack.com is like a ton of just static content, which is funny because like that is one of the best use cases for React Server components, where it's like, I mean, you don't get to avoid the double data problem, but
No.
you get to reduce the amount of data that you are sending overall, right? And that's where I'm like, hey, it would be wonderful if I could take, all this markdown that we're generating and turn it into a React Server component instead of having to ship the whole runtime down to do this thing. Like we just ship the RSC. It makes perfect sense. But to me, I just see that as like, it's just this little tool, this little optimization tool that you have that you can use
And
anywhere. You could use it in an SPA. You could use it with React Query. You could use it with SSR. You could use it statically, like we were talking about earlier.
the thing with your documentation site, though, on the other side, I don't know how much of it needs to be React specifically or whatever, but like on the other hand, conceptually, that kind of app doesn't need to share much state between pages. Like each page is its own universe, which means that actually Astro plus client
Astro
routing is basically does solve the double data problem, does basically do it, is fast, and you get the client side routing. The problem with Astro is when you start trying to share state or trying to make an app, it can't scale up that way. But for something that will never be an app, there's a very narrow space where
right.
like the RC
It's
first
moving
architecture.
between those is really difficult though too.
Yeah.
I feel like when you have a static site with Astro, right? You'll get into the situation maybe first where you're like, oh, we have a dashboard where it's a specific part of the site that's like, okay, we get really client heavy here. But I mean, I imagine if you went down the road a year or two building an Astro site and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know what? We actually need the whole site to be more app-like. I
Exactly.
look for those tells of like, when is it going to be a rewrite? When is it going to mean we got to rewrite something? And that's one of those moments, like you cross that threshold, and that's a big threshold to cross. Kind of sucks too. I think it's what suck. It suck for anybody, even if you're like WordPress. It's like, oh, we have this great big WordPress site and it's super cool. Have you ever tried like shoehorning application-like stuff into a WordPress site? Is terrible. I mean, it'd be much easier in an Astro site because it's more modern, but there is a really big chasm, uncomfortable chasm between the two. And I guess you really need to know what your like 2-year, 3-year plan is for a project to say, this is going to be an Astro project or this is going to be an app. And, I think it's impressive that Astro can dip into the app area a little bit, and it gets a little uncomfortable. I think that it's more impressive for apps that are now getting to dip back into the static realm of things. And I would wager that like using RSCs in a system that let you mimic a static site is probably less uncomfortable than something like Astro trying to push hard into the application space. But we'll see. I know Astro's kind of like almost like resentfully interested in kind of the client side. They dabble with it every now and then. We talk to Fred all the time.
Like,
should we do this? Should we not? Stay true to the brand, And so, and clearly there's no resentment on the application side. Everybody's like, let's take over the world, right? let's have apps take over everything. So it's interesting, but that's really the last chasm I think that is going to exist for a while, is like the chasm between purely static and having an application.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting because we've been. I was very concerned about that app walking back to static from an optimization standpoint, and it's funny because if RSCs had been more successful from a performance standpoint, then I might have had something to actually worry about. Instead, what we found is that the same things Feld has found, that the smaller frameworks will scale on those basic use cases to not be a problem long enough, so that like in a sense it's better to use Astro, but on the other hand, like their JavaScript load time, hydration time is not going to be a huge impact on that small site anyway. So if there's any potential of you scaling past that, then you might as well just start there. As long as you're not starting with React, you're kind of okay, So
Yeah. Let's see. Data sharing across pages. Yeah, I mean, there's some questions in here, like where does Astro, like where would it fall short? I mean, Astro, there's no client-side router. So every single time you're clicking on a link or going somewhere new, you're more or less blowing things away, right? It's really fast. And you have like, transition, like the new web transition APIs and stuff that it makes it feel like you're not blowing everything away, but you are. And to stop that from happening in Astro, at that point they would say you're swimming upstream or kicking against the pricks, right? So
right, yeah, and where the trickiest part about it is where shared preserved state exists between these places, because basically if client state updates and then you have the server render the next page in the next section, it will not have those client state updates, which basically breaks hydration just straight up. So what RSCs do for you automatically is never render a client component on the server after the initial render. That's why context is such a weird shape in RSCs and all this kind of stuff. There's like a whole consideration.
It gets handed off to the client, and then it's all client from there on out.
So like even if it goes back to the server to render server components, the client components will no longer render on the server. So there's like this kind of like there's a whole bunch of like other complexity.
Call them isomorphic components because they're not client components. They're isomorphic components, right?
But yeah, there's this whole other level of complexity that comes, like, if you could make Astro do what RSCs do, but then you're like building an RSC like solution. I've been there. That's what the kind of approach I took with SolidStart's experimental islands router. I basically built something similar to the view transition stuff, like 3 years ago before view transitions came out, and then I basically tried to do something smarter that was RSC like, and then kind of put it together. But there was lots of bugs and edge cases, especially trying to figure out streaming and async and knowing what is, like, trying to solve the double data problem, that I was just like, this is a lot of effort to get very, very little gain. So
I feel like a lot of it comes back to that double data problem too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so deceptively simple on the surface to say, why can't we just send the HTML and serialize the data we need in there and then be done? But so much of it comes back to like diffing and like hydration, and I don't know. I know you've dabbled a lot in that area, and I mean, we're getting better. Like we're circling the drain, so to speak, on like how can we reduce the data? How can we do it more like partially or incrementally? But it's like at the end of the day, can you really get rid of double data?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're hydrating.
And the tricky part about it is, like, from what I've seen, these aspects make a much bigger impact than even resumability from Quick and like all these other things we're doing, and the less JavaScript code that React is saving. It's if you're not solving it, then like maybe we just have to rethink it slightly. Sorry, some people in the chat were talking about Astro having client-side routing. Tanner knows that when he says it's not real, he means that, like, generally speaking, they unmount and replace. And yes, view transition persists, but this actually, anyone who really wants to get into the details should watch my stream with Matthew Phillips when they did the Astro 3 release. Even with persist, now you're sharing components, but components that aren't shared have this problem. There is a real state tearing problem. I actually also covered in my talk facing front end's existential crisis. Like, this is not something like made up. Like, there is a fundamental gap here, that again, you could kind of build a framework on top of Astro to solve, but there's a whole bunch of specific considerations. Most people building Astro sites won't hit this. They're building the doc site, so they won't care, and they're just like, what are you talking about? This stuff works great. Well, I can break it in about 10 seconds. And I did that on stream by kind of accident. I was like, wait, does this work? And then it's like, no, it doesn't. And it's a fundamental problem. So yeah, it's one of those kind of things where it's like, it's okay because that's not what Astro is built for, but it is definitely a consideration when you have to look across the spectrum.
So what's next?
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
what should we do next?
I mean, is that current Tanstack Start, or is there future stuff? Like, should we talk about what's coming, or where do you want to
Yeah,
go?
I mean, the main thing we talked about ripping Vinci out, right? The main reason, the biggest reason I'm excited about that is because I'm looking to do some really low level, like SPA mode type stuff. So the one thing that's difficult to do right now, it's not impossible, but it's just not a happy path, is the model where you can render out. So you have SSR. It's an SSR enabled framework, but what you do is you render out either a single fallback like an index.html, and you just say the whole app is an SPA, right? And you just load a single index.html to mount your whole app.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, you still have access to server functions, API routes. Like, so there's still a server aspect to it where, like, you know, you're redirecting all 404s to this index.html, except for like /API or /whatever that you've set up running a server on.
Oh, you guys haven't done that yet? I wasn't.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
I call that.
It is, like I said, it's possible, but there's not a happy path for it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because in SolidStart, the SSR true false actually only refers to the server rendering. That's like, so when you say SSR false, you still get all the server functions and get all the.
Ours does too, but.
And the index.html,
but
what's the difference?
If you don't go and pre-render the index, you won't have an index.html.
Oh, right. So we did that in our config to automatically pre-render the index. Yeah. Okay.
So I have a branch that does some of that in a hacky way, and I just want better control over the whole experience. So that's one reason why I'm excited to get into Nitro and Vite directly. The other one that is a little more tricky is where you're doing pre-rendering. So you pre-render all of your pages. You pre-render all of your pages, but then you might have some pages that you don't pre-render, and your index.html might actually be your static homepage that you don't want to use as a fallback for everything. So we want to have this mode where you can make a shell and have all of the 404s go to a shell file, like an _shell.html, instead of going to index.html. So there's just some advanced pre-rendering patterns and things to do there.
Yeah,
and I could shoehorn it all into Vinci, and I might have to duck out for a few minutes, but like, we could shoehorn it into Vinci, but I just decided I didn't want to do that if we're just going to end up moving. So
yeah,
I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine, Tanner. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fair. I think I'm particularly interested in this area because as Tanner mentioned earlier, he is the original author of React Static or whatever, and like, that was kind of this interesting merger of these approaches. But for me personally, I have not looked into this. I've been very much more on the mechanical side. So I know I to this day I have no clue what Gatsby did. So, like, you know, I don't know what these static pieces work, and I feel like this is an area that there's a lot of nuance, because a lot of people do have these sites that are basically marketing sites plus their apps, right? Right now, when people come to me with that on the solid side, I'm just like, use Astro. You know, that's my default for a lot of things. But I think it would be interesting to have a baseline of the framework that could actually like know this sort of thing and like be able to like work in those kind of modes. Quite possibly, yeah. You helped migrate a project from React Static to Gatsby. Yeah, that would have been definitely interesting time. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Yeah, I mean, I think what Tanner is saying is, yeah, you would have a 200 or 400 or 44 HTML page like from the pre-rendering. My suspicion is that like he wants more granular control, which I believe you can do through the Nitro settings, and then it will serve the rest of the pages that aren't. I believe there are settings built in to Nitro to actually completely handle that use case, but I think it's about deciding how he wants to expose them and see if he can like, instead of running it from a config that's like central, like the Nitro config or whatever, to run it from like his almost like route configuration, which is interesting because when you start trying to approach how to generalize these things, it becomes harder to do that, perhaps. Hey, Tanner.
Hey, I have company now.
It's all good. I didn't ever actually check with you how long you could stay.
Well, I mean, it's totally fine. I was planning on the whole time. My wife had to step out for something unexpected. So, as one does when you work from home, you just you do the hard things.
Yeah.
So it's all right. Honestly, I get to spend like every waking moment with my kids now, other than when they're at school, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So
that sounds awesome.
Yeah. All right. So the future, I mean, we're getting rid of Vinci, SPA stuff for sure. I'm really excited about the SPA stuff and the SSG stuff. Like, I want to be able to have a purely SSG site that's code split and data split, like basically React Static from back in the day. But I want to be able to morph all of that together in one. So like if you want to have a route that is SSG'd with static data, but then when you navigate to another route, it calls a React server component and renders on the server and comes back to you. Like I want you to be able to mix all that stuff together really easily. And I think we have the right primitives in place today to do that, other than just figuring out the React server component environment. And I'll be honest, I'm just waiting for, I've been waiting for like React Router to figure that out. And
you might be interested to know, I think this actually might lead us to our next topic if we want to go there. The whole CRA Vite thing has actually suggested that Evan Yu actually reached out and was like, hey guys, official React Vite migration guide, like let's do this, let's figure out how to make this happen. And the React team was like, we want the official guide to use RSCs. So like
hopefully that means that there's going to be more movement there, because I mean, unfortunately, it's sad that a lot of this responsibility has landed on the heads of like React Router team, Jacob Ebby and just a lot of the people at React Router. They've been like really, I don't know. It seems strained that they're like trying to push the Vite RSC integration and environment stuff forward, when there doesn't seem to be a lot of other people who are really wanting that other than me. And I'm like, hey, I'm still catching up to what you guys can do. Like, I don't have time to just derail everything I'm doing right now to go focus on this.
Well, I mean, the only person who's actually kind of done it actually previously was Nikhil. He built RSC capabilities into Vinci, and he actually went to the React team and was like, here, Vite plug into, like, here's how you do RSCs in Vite. And then they were like, oh no, that's not the way we want to do it. And it's fair. Like, we're not ready to do that. We haven't figured that out. But yeah, I just thought, I don't know if this is relevant or you have any opinions about this kind of stuff, but based on what I gathered, it feels React teams hesitant to Vite and build tools is how it aligns with their vision of React RCs being the recommended pair and how much influence connection they have to tools to make sure the iteration works as designed and can adapt to these iterations. If this is correct, even for the record, the Vite team in Void Zero is 100% open to establishing an official collaborative relationship with the React team, both in Meta and Vercel, to figure out the ideal alignment between Vite, roll down and RSCs. The door is open. Also, from a conflict of interest standpoint, as author of Vue, I have decided that RSCs are not the direction Vue wants to go to. Just wants to make it clear. Update some. Update. Someone from the React team has reached out to me saying I'm egregiously wrong. I apologize if this is not what the React team is thinking. But it's my honest guess because I'm puzzled why as many React users that took so long to be better acknowledged as a recommended tool. Regardless, still open proposal collaboration should lead the ecosystem. And then something got deleted.
That's scratching the surface of like that whole current events thing. That I mean, we don't need to go too deep into that if you don't want to. It's been very well covered by even people who are in the comments on the stream. But like, I think that Evan Yu is like he really cares. He cares about Vite and he cares about his users being able to do what they want to do with his tools. And so it's a difficult place to be in because there does need to be better cooperation there. You know, there's obviously people working on Next.js for RSCs, but they're using Turbo, and who's going to be the champion for Vite? And I don't think that should unfairly land on, a couple of people from the React Router team who are slogging through it, likely without a lot of help from React Core or from Vite, maybe, I don't know. But I think I welcome this kind of like interaction for sure, because I think that it's going to hopefully just kind of like clear out some of the pathway for this stuff to happen easier.
It's quite possible people have covered it. I haven't covered it, so that's why I am sort of leveraging a little bit of the chance to have you on stream and talk about.
We should cover this. I was mostly referring to the CRA deprecation docs. Explosion, but
yeah, the opinionated official way to integrate. See, it's a Vite collaboration is scoped to RCs. Let the potential collaborative opportunity Evan Yu and Vite team to work together. Vite, this PR is for a shared package that would support building RCs with Vite. In its current state, RCs involve integrating internals to React, blah, 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 bundler. Yeah, because you use like Webpack thing. Very excited this will potential frameworks to use Vite like React Router 7 and Redwood to use the same RC Vite integration to each of the, instead of each building their own. Yeah, thank God. I haven't seen this yet.
I'm sorry, but why? Yeah, never mind. I was about to say something that I'm not going to say anymore.
It's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot too much. I haven't actually seen this yet.
No, this is actually, I was mostly just nitpicking what Matt said. Yeah.
I mean, it is an interesting position. You could tell that there is like a lot of tension and upset about this stuff. Like the CRA thing. I got a bunch of flags on the updated thing because they added me, in the GitHub issue, and I was reading through and quoting my stuff, and like if we're so out of touch and blah blah blah, like you could tell that people were upset by what I said, but the updates looked mostly good. Except for something about like if you have a unique, they said something along the lines like if you have a unique scenario that would require you to just use Vite on its own, you can use Vite. But I'm like, this still sounds a little bit, maybe I'll pull that up. It's not too important, but you can understand that there is some sort of tension, and I think a lot of the community doesn't understand why it exists.
Yeah, I think they've been working through it just like the rest of the ecosystem has. I mean, I made a tweet that was apparently reckless because I made it on a Friday. So Joe Savona, he called me and we had a really good chat privately for a good little while, and we see eye to eye now on a lot of the things, and but I'm convinced that like a lot of the stuff that has happened, gotten better with like a lot of this marketing material has happened because we spoke up, right? At the end of the day, I think that React core team, they have a very, very specific vision for where they want to take things in the future. And for them, that vision is very much not all or nothing. It has to be all RSC compatible. It has to support RSCs, and it has to support, the React compiler, and it has to support where they're going, because that's they're staking everything on that. So why wouldn't they? So I can't disagree with them on where their vision lies, because I have the same convictions about my visions, right? But at the same time, there's always something to be said about the way you intend for people to use something and the way they're actually using it. And if you don't listen to the way that people are actually using your tools, and you choose to ignore that, or worst case scenario, you choose to like isolate them,
Or down talk them, like sound
then
like they're idiots, kind of.
you better be prepared for churn. That's what happens. If we're talking about, a product management, running your own business, if you have a product that's being used by 50% of the people the way that you don't want it to be used, and you ignore them or isolate them, you're going to churn 50% of your customers. If that's something you're willing to do, then by all means isolate them and cut dead weight, but I think that would be reckless, which is why people like me and Mark Erickson and many other people in the community are saying, don't do this, like don't isolate, the people who may not be using your product the way that you want them to be using it now, or even 5 years from now. Like, just don't do that, because one of the greatest strengths that React has going for it, and we talk about this all the time, is ecosystem. It's a big ship to turn, but the fact that the ship is big is what makes it strong.
Right.
And if there's anything you don't want to do, is take a big ship and chop half of it off.
Yeah, it's largely why I started being like, maybe I should just shut up, Like, it's like, if React is already going somewhere else and leaving, like, why do I have to kick the door on the way out? I can just kind of let React go do its thing.
Yeah.
It is kind of a tricky thing, because I understand their position is justifiable, and that's why I was saying, I think a lot of the community were like, why wasn't this the doc? Today we're deprecating create React app for new apps and encouraging existing apps to migrate to Vite. It's a create React app but faster. The migration is easy, and if you're using React Router with create React app, Vite provides a clear upgrade path to using new React 19 server-side features with React Router, or you can migrate to other frameworks. But that's more work. See, that's a little bit strong. But the React team is almost giving the exact same attitude about not using a framework, and probably not worth it if you're happy with your current React single page app thing.
I don't know. I mean,
that's the opposite extreme.
Yeah. I don't know why it's not so easy. Because if it was me, I feel like I would be able to have a vision of this is where I want to go in the future, a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever. But why would I force that on people? I mean, the closest thing that I've ever done with something like that is maybe like with making Tanstack table headless. I took the component version, and I very much just decided to, I made the conscious decision to say, I'm going to chop this in half. There's going to be a lot of people that follow me down this headless route, and there's going to be some people who are like, give me my component back, and they're going to get mad and they're going to leave and churn. And I approached it very, very sensibly. I think I just said, you know what? You can keep using the old one if you want. This is the direction we're going. At least I was upfront about it. And maybe that's what they're doing here in a way. But I know from speaking to some of the core team now that every single one of them means well for the React ecosystem. And all of them care very, very deeply about every single person who's using React, no matter how they use it. I just think that there's some balance to be had between the vision that they have for the future and the marketing material that they're putting out. In fact, most of this seems to be a marketing problem. And I mean, I feel like there's companies and projects. Oh, I'm sorry. There's companies and projects in our ecosystem that do marketing better than everybody else. And from talking to the React core team, the stuff that they care about and the stuff that they're working on needs to be marketed better. Like their obsession over the compiler and over the client and making the client faster, it was just cool to see Joe Savona talk about it in a way where he's like, we care even more about the client right now than we ever have. Like RSCs are kind of done. Like they haven't done anything with RSCs for a while. So hearing him be very passionate about the client and about the same things that I'm passionate about, I was like, well, then this is just a marketing problem, right? Like we just need to let the people know where you guys stand better and update them on your terms instead of everybody else updating themselves with what they want to be true or what they believe is true, right?
I mean, I wonder if there is a bit of a conflict there, because I have talked to the React core team and I get the sense too, like the compiler is for the client, it's not for server rendering. And maybe Vercel has a better marketing capability or like better push on their reach, which is pushing it.
Yeah, Vercel is like they're marketing geniuses. That's one of the reasons that Vercel, is so successful, is because they have wonderful branding and they have really good documentation. And yeah, like they have a really, really great marketing. And with that marketing power, they are able to push their narrative. And their narrative is obviously RSCs, right?
Right.
So in a way, if React doesn't market what they care about to the public, somebody else will. Like that's a vacuum, and somebody's going to fill that vacuum.
But the Create React app whole debacle, Vite debacle, feels like it's not that clean. Like someone is like there was a whole thing where Joe's like, no, it's not about RSCs, and then Matt Carroll's like, yeah, it is about RSCs. Like there is like a bit of a
there's reconciliation to be had internally. I think so. Yeah, and I think there's also just a mismatch of like it looks like there's some people who are speaking really loudly for React and doing a lot of the work, when in reality there's a lot of unsung heroes and contributors to React that you wouldn't even think, oh wow, they contributed the most code to React last year. So I just think that internally they need to align on marketing, and they need to be more proactive about it to avoid that vacuum. Like anybody who runs marketing or runs a business knows that if you don't, Theo says, I think the compiler is inherently hard to build. Yeah, it is. Like it's hard to market that. It's hard to market the compiler.
The funniest thing is I wonder about this. Maybe it's hard to market it to a React audience. Svelte, that is literally Svelte 3, like that was like the whole thing. Svelte 3's whole marketing was the compiler. That was literally the whole thing. It was like, look how easy, you can just write this, you don't need any crazy hooks, you just do it. So it's like it's an interesting thing. Maybe like the people who would care about that have already moved to Svelte or something, and it's like just a small niche part of the market. I don't know. It is surprising more people aren't using it. It's one of those things that is kind of like a quiet unsung hero. It's interesting.
Yeah, the compiler. Again, a lot of it is marketing, right? So I just think that I don't know. I look at the way that hooks were executed with React, and the marketing around hooks was really, really good. It was so good. I bought it and I migrated, and it was amazing. And I just haven't felt the same way about some of the other things, even though they're technically impressive or even more impressive. So I don't know. At this point, like I've said my piece on what I care about with React, and I care that React can continue to be a very fast implementation of a very popular framework. And that's really it, because the minute that React isn't popular enough to hold its own against other ecosystems, then speed is definitely not something that is, keeping me in React. A lot of it is just, the ecosystem and the wide sweeping normalization of React components and hooks and everything. Like the ecosystem, what's holding React together. which is why I said 10 minutes ago, like the last thing React wants to do is alienate anybody from its ecosystem, because React is not the fastest and its ergonomics are not the best, but it has a history of success and stability. So yeah.
Sorry, something caught me in my own chat, and I know it has nothing to do with anything. I just want to understand. So like React View saw compiled to Vapor. Sorry, what is this? Vapor as a compile target should be interesting. I don't
Quite get that.
Oh, do you know what I think he means? It's funny because Solid and Svelte already compile to something that's basically Vapor. But I think what they're suggesting is they could take any syntax and compile it down, which is actually what I showed when I created DOM expressions 5 years ago. If you go on the JS framework benchmark, I have Vue Solid, I have MobX Solid, I have Knockout Solid. They're actually all...
Oh, Theo had a good comment back at 3 p.m.
Yeah, I'll grab that in 2 seconds. I just want to finish this one quick thing, just to get it up there on the screen. Just to I think people in the Vue ecosystem aren't as familiar with my work. But if you look here, here's Solid and Svelte. But if you scroll back a little bit here in the JS, this is Vue using Solid's compiler. I first released this 4 or 5 years ago. This is Knockout using Solid's compiler. This is MobX using it. I also made a pre-act signals version using it. So like basically Vue Vapor mode is Vue compiling down to the same stuff that Solid's doing. So I guess it makes sense that they can show, look how we can all compile the stuff to Vapor, because that's basically what I showed 5 years ago.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it ties into kind of what Theo said in his comment. I don't know if you can highlight or not.
I can get up to it, yeah.
Generally speaking, I think the dev world doesn't care as much about perf as we all do. And I think I agree, but I think I generally agree across the board. And then I think there's individual camps inside of there that are even more interesting to look at, where like I have traditionally cared a lot about client-side performance because I've built really heavy client-side apps with data viz and a lot of moving parts. And I mean, definitely not like a linear or anything like that, right? But as far as you would want to go with dashboards and having a bajillion widgets on the screen at once, that's where I've been. And so client-side performance, very, very important to me. Server-side performance, meh. Like for the last 10 years, it's like as long as I can get those static files to my user, who cares, right? But then there's people who live there that are really obsessive about performance there, where it's like, oh, I got lighthouse scores and I got to distribute everything to the edge, got to get workers involved, and I got to cut down, it's very like SSR, static server performance. But I think I generally agree with Theo that most engineers, unless you're working on a really intense product or working for a really sophisticated enterprise company, most engineers are happy just getting something out there that works. And if it's too slow or if it gets slow for some people, then who cares?
Right. Yeah, right? No, I mean, definitely, you got to be pragmatic, and the popular solution will have better velocity of more developers familiar, and you'll get it working. I think the interesting question is, how long do you stay on a certain implementation, a certain paradigm for? Like, how long do you sit there and you go, yeah, sure. Generally speaking, devs don't care much about performance, but like, at what point do you go, okay, it's been a decade, there's better ways to do things, arguably, maybe we should look at that. It's been 2 decades. Like for me now, personally, it's kind of been a decade. I first started on like my experiments that would lead to the first version of Solid that I did internally in 2016, but it was around now, maybe a little bit later in the year, but it was 2015. So like for me, it has been a decade. At a certain point, I'm just like, sure, you don't have to care about performance, but like things over time should consider moving forward, right? I know this is another little aside, and I'm just fencing chat. This is like the new, before we had SolidStart and, these new options with like React ecosystem libraries, everyone's like, you need like a Next.js, and then we built that. Now everyone's like, you need native. I probably need to understand why everyone's so hyped about React Native versus say like Tori or Native Script or something. I did two streams. People are building mobile apps with Solid. I People are building VR apps with Solid and AR and Vision Pro and all that stuff. I did a stream on this about a year and 3 months ago. Anyone can check it out, but it comes up every single stream. I just wanted to say, sorry, just we'll get back to the chat. It was just every single stream someone's like, I would use Solid if there's mobile, and it's like every time like, yeah, there's mobile. Um, I don't think that's the real reason you're not using Solid. I think you're running out of excuses pretty quickly though. So
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes back to fear of, hey, what if I get there and I don't have what I have here, right? I think a lot of it just comes down to that. It's faster, it's familiar and simple enough, like to React, like similar enough to React that it shouldn't be difficult for anybody to grasp. It has a few little things that are gotchas with like destructuring and stuff, but other than that, I think a lot of it just comes back to, well, what if I go there and I don't have this UI library that I'm familiar with, or this tool that I'm familiar with, or how do I do X in Solid? I think that's just a lot of it has to do with that. And I mean, so I'm going to plug Tanstack a little bit here. Like that's one of the reasons that a couple of years ago, I decided like Tanstack needs to become completely agnostic. Because not only do I want to be able to bring that value to other frameworks, but I'm also just trying to future-proof Tanstack against what I think is inevitable. And we could talk about inevitability and what AI has to do with that, but I don't think that React is the last framework. Definitely not. And I think that thinking that, I mean, this is going to open up a huge can of worms here, but I think
I know you have to leave soon. So if people have questions for Tanner,
okay,
they should
I
probably
will
put them.
open it up and then I'll leave you guys for it. But like people say that React is the last framework because of AI, and I think that that's stupid because like I'm not satisfied with React, the current state of React, and I'm not satisfied with React's performance, and I'm also slightly unsatisfied with like the marketing direction and like the priority where it's being done and like the compiler. So if me, a human, is not happy with that, why would an LLM that is even incrementally smarter than what we have today, why would it be happy with that? I mean, I think any sufficiently intelligent system would be able to say, oh, you know what? React is good for this and not for this, and also be able to pick the right tools to do the thing, right? So I don't know if that's what we're working towards, is like really intelligent agents and AI that like think through things and like actually make educated decisions. If it's not far off for me and other people, yeah, LLMs are having more data, not better answers. Exactly. And I think the idea in the future is that they start to stray away towards the other side of that, right? Which is why today it's just like, oh, React is there, it's plentiful, and Next.js is there and it's plentiful, and ShadCN is just there and it's plentiful. And there's entire models, V0, that are trained on the thing, right? And I don't know. I just think that eventually that might not be the case. And AI still, to this point, is still in control of developers who care enough about those topics to push it forward, right? There had to be a developer somewhere who cared enough about, V0 to say, these are the opinions I'm going to instill into this developer. Like, if I could somehow grab the base prompt for V0 and say, hey, you know what? Prefer React query over SWR. What the heck? All of a sudden it's like, okay, the data can be there, but you can still inject your own opinions into it. So I don't know. That's going to open a big can of worms. I don't think that React is the last framework at all. I know Theo has a lot of thoughts on this, but
He hasn't released the video yet. I love how we start talking about things that have like kind of behind the scenes, but he did stream it, so it's fine. But he hasn't released the video. I pay attention to Theo's video drops.
Nice. Well, hey, before I have to go, let me wrap up really quick. So if you weren't here when we announced it, there's Tanstack Solid Router is available now. I just merged the docs for it. it's good to go try it out. I'm sure we'll find some edge cases, but it looks really good and it functions well, which also means that coming out probably soon, we'll probably be working on Tanstack Start Solid support, because 90% of it is the router and now it works for Solid. We're going to be doing a lot of work on getting rid of Vinci, backporting that to SolidStart, taking a bunch of code from analog that Brandon has donated to make the world a better place. So I think the future is really bright. And I'm really excited about Tanstack. Obviously, I'm full-time on it now. I have been for about 8 months now. And yeah, I just really am excited about the openness and just the general vibe about Tanstack Start and Tanstack Router. I just think that they have some really good core values that have taken a long time. It's been about 3 or 4 years since I started R&D for Start and Router as like type safe things. So please go try them out. And yeah, Theo has so many unreleased vids, I'm sure. So yeah, go try them out. And if you're watching and you're interested in doing like an adapter for Vue or Angular or Svelte for the router, come join us in Tanstack Discord. We can help you get started. We have a testing suite that can help you get going. But I don't know, Ryan, what I want to hear before I go, I want to hear your predictions for Tanstack based on what you've seen so far.
In specific to what?
Let's say by the end of 2025, what are you hoping to see out of it?
I mean, I think Tanstack, we didn't talk about this, but the way you did the really easy migration from Create React App, obviously React Router has edge there, but
Jack
I think
Harrington's Create TS Router package. Yeah.
I think that we are in a place where a lot of people want to see something like Tanstack succeed in the React ecosystem. So I'm hoping, I don't know, this is a David and Goliath story. I almost made that the cover of this stream. I mean, I made a lot of things almost the cover of this stream. I think I almost made this the cover of the stream. This, do like a Theo style Twitter card cover.
Yeah.
But I figured that was a little bit too atrocious. But like, I think you've shown with the stuff in Tanstack that there's a lot of interest and capability in having this kind of modern TypeScript centric stack. And this is the kind of refinement that Tanstack brings to this is evident in the React ecosystem adoption of the tools. And for Solid, which doesn't have stuff like that, where it's like, such a big push into that zone, I think it's a game changer. I am very much hoping for a future in which a lot of these efforts can merge even further, because while stuff like SolidStart exists so that there's a mechanical mechanism to show off the technologies and being able to have a starter template, almost like Create Vite app essentially, but with SSR, I think that what you have with Tanstack Start is a product. It's an actual thing, something that could go up against a Remix or Next.js. Maybe not. It's interesting because you have the Shopify and Vercel backing, and as I said, David versus Goliath. But I think Tanstack's really in touch with where the people and the developers are, and I think that in terms of what that means for Solid is when we have that kind of product to go along with the type of innovation, the stuff that I showed off on last stream, we're going to have incredible experience because you're gonna have this situation where people can go, okay, I'm gonna build my React apps and I'm gonna do this, and because I generally like the experience of building on Tanstack, and then you're gonna have people at a certain point go, maybe I don't know, I'm gonna try Solid, and then they're gonna be like their mind's just gonna be blown at that point, because they'll have everything that they expect, and then they'll have that bit extra, that kind of thing. They're like, oh, I don't have to do this. It just works. What's going on?
Right. I think it's important to, like, one of the reasons. So interestingly enough, I've been approached over the years many times to raise money and to build products and to do something around Tanstack. And I've said no every time, just because I think that's a misalignment of incentives for what Tanstack could and should represent. is I want it to be, I'm trying to make it a place where, there's no doubt in the community's mind about who is making the decisions for where we go. The decisions should be made by its users and by the people that care about the product, and obviously leadership as well, right? But I'm trying to build Tanstack in a way that will be able to support me, a handful of core maintainers, and anybody else who wants to significantly help out, but completely stay away from this whole, we are VC funded or owned by a company with agenda or whatever. Like, as long as our incentives are aligned appropriately, we shouldn't be working on anything that isn't directly wanted or asked for by the people that use the product. And I think we've done a really good job so far of doing that. And I'm living a good, happy life right now. And I think I'm already well on my way to making sure that my contributors are doing the same. So and stuck with PNP. Yeah, maybe. I doubt it. But yeah, that's kind of what I'd end on, is just like, I want Tanstack to be the people's tech, almost unapologetically. And if it's ever not, then it means we're doing something wrong. So that's what's going to allow us to pursue things like, hey, you know what? We want to go down the road of signals, and like, we want to adopt Solid 2.0. So we're going to do it. Why not? We control our own destiny, and we're not beholden to anybody on the direction we need to go. So let's just do it.
That's a very positive outlook way to end this on. So I'm pretty stoked with that. I'm continuing the stream after Tanner has to go, but we should all thank Tanner for joining us today.
Yep, and I got to duck out. So
yeah, if there's any last shout outs you want to give, go for it, Tanner.
Yeah, everybody who worked on SolidStart or Solid Router. So it's mostly Burke and I can't remember his name. I see his screen name all the time in my Discord.
Brenly.
Yeah. It's like Brenzel or something. So Burke and Brenly, like, they're the MVPs of Solid Router, Tanstack Solid Router for sure. And then just, if you don't know the rest of the team working on Start and Router, you should go get to know them. So Manuel Schiller and Sean Cassieri, and Chris Harobin, who is the smartest TypeScript person on the planet. So go follow them and check them out. That's my last shout out, and then I gotta go.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Me, Ryan.
Yeah, see you.
See you guys.
The next time. Very cool. Very cool. I don't know if Tanner realizes he's probably still going to be streaming this stream. It looks like, I don't know how it happened, but somehow he linked his Twitter and YouTube to this, and it's like still going. So great on that. What was I going to say? I was thinking more about Theo's comment, obviously, the PNPM thing. He's like, sorry for distracting you as always, right? But I get it. I think this is part of the move that's happening. React is trying to be the more general solution. They're at that point in the curve, like they're looking at WordPress more than they're looking at whatever, the current single page app group is looking at solely. They're looking at a much wider range of things, which means that, Tanstack becomes the option for those in the know. I think that's basically what the PNPM comment means. I'm obviously going to be optimistic, because even we've seen this already with Tanstack Query and all the other Tanner's libraries. Even at a fraction of React's ecosystem, it still is much bigger than pretty much most other frameworks out there. So I think it's very interesting to see a competitor, or a different option at least in the zone that could potentially provide people what they're what they're looking for. So I'm very excited. All right, how's everyone doing? Oh yeah, Jack was here too. What do you know? Will Solid Router be based on Tanstack? If you didn't catch the announcement, there is a Tanstack Solid Router specifically. It's a different architecture. It's built on Tanstack Router. Solid Router is interesting in that I built it with every consideration of future proofing and where Solid's heading, Tanstack Solid Router doesn't have that today. It might change over time as it fits it, but it's more of like aligning with what Tanstack Router already does and just making it work for Solid. So like for at least the time being, you're gonna see this split simply because Tanstack Router has a bunch of features and a bunch of things that developers find important, and Solid Router has every mechanical thing that I see that's necessary for today and the future. So until we can reconcile those differences, we're not going to be able to like get rid of one project or the other. There's a lot of, unfortunately, pros and cons between the different choices today, right? But that's something I'm definitely interested in learning from and seeing where we can do it. I've approached stuff in an agnostic enough way, and so has Tanner, that there's a lot of ways this can go in the future. You're wondering when to use SolidStart versus Astro plus Solid, or when to use Tanstack or whatever. Honestly, I think if your site is conceptually like an MPA where you have pages and you like a documentation site or something like that, I would consider using Astro. Like if you're like, hey, I'm going, like you'll know the pages. Like if you're building a Twitter clone or Blue Sky, use SolidStart. If you're using if you're like generally just navigating between like, I don't know, some content pages, Astro just has tools set up for you. So I think the choice should be fairly straightforward. Like if you're aware of Astro, you probably understand where to use Astro. SolidStart's, it's like most other metafirms, FeltKit, Nux, whatever, you can use it to go all the way back to that fully static kind of scenario. But like Astro is good at what Astro does. So, I mean, I definitely give it a consideration. Yeah. Vinci, there's a de-Vincification going on. As to go back further in the stream, we talk about how it impacts both SolidStart and Tanstack Start. I think this is an interesting question, just to address right off. Tanstack Router has very specific needs. We made a general FS router capability that would say would work for the majority of routers in the ecosystem. In fact, the thing that Nikhil did with Vinci, he actually showed the routing conventions of next app directory, next pages directory, remix, solid, even something with Tanstack. He basically made all of them work with the same file system routing system that we have in Vinci. However, Tanstack is doing more because of TypeScript and the chicken and the egg problem. He needs to generate like the stub in order to get the types back so that things can type while you're creating the route instead of after you're like saved it. So the file system routing in Tanstack router is a little bit more sophisticated and specific compared to the general case, which means that those are probably separate things. Good. I'm still hyped for Signals 2.0 too. I've been still making more and more progress on that. Care to touch on that? Well, so what's the easy way to spin a fast solid JS project? You can use our CLI, create solid, which will give you a Vite project. Like it's basically the same project as also if you use create Vite app and choose solid. Both of those are almost identical. They're probably the fastest way to do it. SolidStart, obviously, if you want SSR capability, technically you can do SolidStart without a SSR. But I think if you just want to keep it like as simple as possible, you just use Vite. Just talking about my headphones. What is it, CCA? But Hypermedia HTMX. Yeah, I don't have much to say about it. They swap in HTML. Look, hard to say. I'm hoping that that we can bridge the gap, and so Tanstack Router can do stuff. There's an interesting question here because it's like how much of the stuff is in design the way it is for Tanstack Router because of types versus mechanics. Like solid router, like perfect example, outlet versus props.children. There's actually an important part of that. We're going to see how Tanner approaches RSCs, but I think props.children is better than outlet mechanically when you consider injection for RSCs and the component model. There's like, I was thinking of a future where I would use RSCs in the router when I made that decision, and it has to do with the fact that an outlet component can be rendered anywhere, client or server component, like it's just a component, so you could like stick it anywhere in the tree and you get weird results. Whereas props.children, basically it forces the projection through. I think, I mean, that's one. Also, anchor tag delegation as being the mechanical way. That way, you can basically collect anchor stuff on parts of the page that aren't hydrated. I think there's like a lot of mechanical stuff that I took a lot of consideration for in Solid Router, especially like even the way query and actions work in Solid and the single flight mutations. Like every piece of Solid Router was knowing where Solid 2.0 was going. So it's like it's hard to say that this is today like the something that we could just say swap in, or that you should necessarily switch to Tanstack Router and like long run. I mean, I like that there are multiple options. I also like that like if they can converge, this could, streamline things for us. React team doesn't manage React Router, so like I like that potential. But because there's a lot of features that Tanstack Router has that would be tricky for, to implement. But on the other hand, it goes both ways. If you drink every time you think, I consider using Astro. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Astro. Do you have a stream? Yes, on mobile. I have two streams. Let's see if I can pull them up really quickly. YouTube, sorry, just give me 2 seconds, see if I can get to it. This is a good time to like and subscribe on Twitch or YouTube. Let's get that. It'll help views in the future. While I quickly take a look here, see if I can find the stream. Where is it? Just in case people want to see it. Yeah, it was right around, I did a stream with Tanner about a year ago, the future of routing, and then dive into native script. Let's do that one. And we also have, where's the other one? It was right beside it. I did them 2 weeks in a row. It was helpful because also Tori, members of the Solid like ecosystem team, docs team also work with Tori, Achilla, so very cool too. This talks about Tori, which has the mobile option as well. So yeah, I mean, there's been some really cool stuff. Every time we do a hackathon, the native script guys come out and show us a really cool demo too. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, you can use all these things. Just reading, catching up with chat now. Yeah, we have a universal render. There is a solid 3 fiber. I don't know how maintained it is these days. Yeah, it's in solid community, so that it's maintained, although it looks like it hasn't been updated. But my understanding is because of the way the tags work. I've seen projects built in it. We do have universal rendering on, so like, yeah, most things you can do with React, you can do with Solid in terms of that, like where you can have custom renders and stuff. We have like Solid Ink, which does terminal, or is it, or PDFs, and a bunch of those. Apparently solid are already work. Yeah, I mean we haven't tried. I wonder if SSR would work. It'd be interesting. Oh, someone already. Is this a PR? Did Burke already sneak this in on me? Okay, okay, okay. I have to see this. Give me a second. All right. What's going on here? What's going on here? All right. App.config. Do you have to do anything special here? Plug in Tanstack Vite router solid target solid, and then what did they do? Source. Did they put it in routes? Oh, crazy. And it's not using solids. Huh. Huh. It's using solids route convention here. I guess the export construct. Although this underscore underscore is not how we run. Is this must be the file convention? It's Tanner's took a very similar file convention to us then. Yes, that's what it is. This is actually using their transform. This isn't this exported, it's exported this way. But the idea of using like the route as the symbol is it's identical to SolidStart route convention. There you go. That's cool. Look how clean this is. Bang. Living up to the promise. Router agnostic meta framework. That is so cool. It makes me happy that we've accomplished this. I always like sketched that this would be possible, but this is what I meant about the shape of frameworks to come. I'm hoping. See, in my ideal world, the base stuff that we use for SolidStart could be the base stuff for the Tanstack stuff, and we could share it. And then like we can keep this low level, and Tanner can produce his product, and we can keep this kind of low level piece going for starter templates, and maybe eventually melt it down to it's more core places, more things into Nitro or pieces. But this makes me very happy that the vision that I talked about 2 or 3 years ago at the VConf when I first explained how I thought meta frameworks could work is actually realized today. And I am not saying that today is the real SolidStart 1.0 release, but man, it's really cool to see separate pieces come together in the ecosystem and just do the thing. Catching up. Yeah, this is a loaded question. It's just a different architecture that personally I feel is more forward thinking. But I mean, to be fair, it existed before React 2, so it's just a different perspective. It's where your components aren't the whole world. We don't re-render components. We have declarative data. It's pretty hard. I mean, obviously there's benefits to speed, performance, even kind of capabilities, but yeah, I don't think I can summarize it pretty quickly. As far as that's an interesting take. We'll see. The conceptual win of server components is if you do it the way Next.js does. Their implementation doesn't leverage it, but like if you do it fully the Astro way, you actually get the benefits. When you put it in loaders or server functions, you get like a micro version, but you don't actually get the like. It's so tricky. Like it's the reason why I'm not a big fan of lakes versus islands. Although I wrote a whole thing on this, and I don't think I ever covered it on stream, did I? Which let me just see here. Following up with React, hierarchical scheduling, boundary reference, swapping source. Are lakes real? I think I actually might have shared this with Jack at some point because it was in a Tanner channel. Um, did I publish this one? Yeah, just for me, but did I publish it completely? Let's publish it so everyone can see it. Server components without use client. This is like a crazy idea I had, how you could reverse, like make lakes performant the same way as server components. And this would fit much better in the thing. You wouldn't get the benefit that I'm talking about in terms of solving double data. But since React hasn't solved double data, like maybe who cares? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get back to this. I don't know. I've published it now, at least. So people want to read my craziness. We do have some time today, probably. I'm just catching up with chat. There's so many of you. Oh yeah, we should mention it. Yeah, sorry, I don't even know why I didn't even think about it. I did a whole stream about with Lightning.js built on Solid, which was one of the biggest uses of Solid outside of the web is on TV apps. That's where there was interest from the Netflix team. I don't know. I'm gathering that just didn't end up going to production. But Comcast uses Solid.js for television apps, which is also using custom renders. Yeah, TV apps is one of the biggest places because our memory. Yeah. Why are you able to edit? You shouldn't be able to edit. Right, only me. Someone messing with me. I don't know. um I could give a quick rundown of this in a minute, but let's see here. Moving Vite 6 Nitro and Nitro will be probably also in dev. I'm hoping that we can get Nitro in dev. That was one of the pieces. Our problem was we couldn't have a single Vite setup because of the way we did server components, which meant that we kind of managed our own dev server with Vinci. I'm hoping that if we have the environments API and Nitro supports the environments API and we have a single plugin, that we'll be able to use Nitro in dev as well, which will open up a huge thing for us in terms of like extra functionality that's available only today in Nitro. We couldn't go that way because of the technology that we had. What's my opinion on alien signals in Vue 3.6? I haven't really looked at it very closely, honestly. I've been working on, if you've seen my last stream, like a completely different mechanical way of looking at signals in terms of handling the async boundary. So like my understanding is that alien signals is very performant, but honestly, my experience so far is that we've hit a point, at least right now, with the performance of the reactivity, and that it's not like denting anything outside of like crazy micro benchmarks that have no real world application. So I don't know how important. Obviously, if there's something very efficient there, I'm very interested in it. But for me, I haven't been focusing on the very low level pieces. Like switching to reactively was faster than Solid enough, right? Like it's funny because Solid 2.0 is in those benchmarks. No one realizes it. It's called X reactivity. That's actually Solid 2.0, which means it's not as fast as Felt or alien signals and that. But also when you pull into like say a DOM benchmark or something, not measuring just like how fast you can do like this reactive updates, but like actually renders the page, you'll see that like Solid 2.0 is no slower than Vue Vapor with the new stuff, or not that different than Spelt 5 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. It's interesting that people are making performance improvements, but it's also, I haven't really had to worry about performance and signals for like 7 or 8 years. Like, it's just not something I'm really cared about. Like, even Solid 1.0's performance has been good enough that it hasn't been a detriment. And that was 7 or 8 years ago, the last time we really touched that. But I'm always open for improvement. People are talking about ecosystems, a number of people solving various obscure problems, writing libraries, and in common specific use cases. Yeah. What would be Deb? They have support for other interesting things like cron jobs, I think, and there's just more features that Nitro does They have some WebSocket stuff. They have like there's a bunch of like server features that are just specific to Nitro. Like if you want to build out a fully fleshed server side framework, there's pieces that go beyond rendering the client on the server. Yeah, potentially. But as I said, like, um, it hasn't been like you have to ask always what benchmarks are showing or what they're doing. I think that is interesting. It will be interesting to see if that actually makes any sort of difference. I think it's good that it is faster. I am very interested to see specifically how it's faster or how it does it, because I'm hoping that it is faster and then, others can adopt that approach. But like, I basically had to completely mess, probably even with the performance of the underlying signals to get async stuff working. It's still fast enough to not be noticeably different from Solid 1.0. But like I do wonder if there's a certain class of optimization that won't work because of where I'm because of like how I've had to change things in order to support the new paradigm. So it's interesting that things are faster. It's unclear if it actually like what the impact of that is. Basic question. Ryan, built SolidJS from ground up on pure JavaScript directly. I mean, I don't know what the mean. Isn't everything built up from JavaScript? I'm not sure. I built SolidJS on CoffeeScript originally. It's hard to compare something like Flash and a DOM renderer. We're only as fast as the DOM can update, and obviously we're a slight overhead on the DOM updates. But the DOM also has, accessibility. When you're comparing to stuff like people doing direct canvas with Flutter or whatever, then like it's kind of apples to oranges. Okay, I you guys can come up with some more questions in chat. I'm gonna do a quick theoretical thing because I'm pretty sure I haven't covered this on stream before. Tanner inspired me to look at this 3 months ago because he wanted to know how to do server components in React without all the ugliness. So I was like, okay, hypothetical. This is how you could do server components in Tanstack in the like server functions of the routers without having to use client. Let's go. Like hypothetical. Because if you get rid of use client, you've only got use server for the server functions, and then you assume everything is client. Now, this is not using React's mechanism, but this is a theoretical a way of how to point it. Does Solid support streaming UI? Yes. We've had it since before Reacted, 2020. Because a big influence too, I got to mention it, thank you, Marco. Marco pioneered a lot of the stuff in the JavaScript ecosystem around streaming as early as 2014. I worked with a great team at eBay, and I knew that I needed to have them solid. I started that work around 2019, and it delayed Solid 1.0 by 2 years because I wanted to make sure that we had SSR and streaming carried. So thank you for giving me an excuse to mention Marco. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one a quick one because I know you guys probably get impatient with going too far on this. But the idea here is that if you're familiar with server components, they kind of weave, and you can put client components in server components, but you can't put server components in client components. You have to make the tree connect on the server side, but not on the client side. And what I mean by that is like, I mean, really simplistic way of looking at this is that like if you're starting here and you're like, I'm on the server, right? So like I'm on the server. The top level is a server, so I'm just gonna make this like my comp, right? And then if you are here, so I'm on the server, right? And then I have a component. Now this component could be server or client. At this point, we don't know where it came from. But if I'm in here, I'm still on the server, right? Because I'm in this context, right? What I'm talking about here is the concept of projections. So the power of server, like we can pretend that this is a child component, client component. But the power of this kind of pattern here is that we can nest these as deeply and as many as we want, but via projection, the server tree is still connected because here I'm again still on the server. So like through this mechanism, this is a connected tree on the server. You're aware of all the client components, which means that if you were say doing data fetching out here, and you know if you were doing maybe there's another server component wrapping here. Let's go server component. What you're going to see is it is possible from looking at any given server component. There we go. Like starting from this start point to basically do everything without waterfalling, like not going back and forth in the client, because I'm still on the server here. Even though this is being passed to a client component, as long as I like start on this outer context, everything I see here, this could be a placeholder essentially, but everything I see here is on the server. Even though like the implementation of the client component here is on the client, everything's on the server, which means that, as I said, if this updates like some state or whatever, like I can, like there's no waterfall between this updating and going to the client and then this updating. If it was the other way around and this was a client component, right? And now this is a server component. So now I'm still on the client. And then this is going to be a client component. So I'm just switching these around. And then this is a server component. Like if you were able to import, yeah, still on the client. If you were able to import server components into client components, then you have this inherent waterfall potential, because if this updates and the server component decides whether or not to render its children, like you basically have this cascading thing. Like we're not showing it, but like where you can cause cause waterfalls inherently. This is why React server components are the way they are. They aren't reversed, even though we'd love to think everything in the client. It's because it's innately waterfall incurring to switch the thing. It's funny. There's a lot of similarities between the light DOM and the shadow DOM with the web components. But this is why fundamentally this way. It's the same thing with Astro, right? You can't put Astro components inside React components. Like it obviously it's like different file extension. React doesn't understand what Astro is. Right. Yeah. This is what I'm missing in the example, right? Like if I have the server component have some kind of state, like show children, it's based on like some kind of state here. Show, like this inversion is why it's possible that, like, what if this client component does some update that impacts the server component? Like the beautiful thing about server components is because it's all part of that continuous unbroken tree, you can resolve the whole unbroken tree and send it in a single chunk. There will never be a waterfall, whereas the inverse is not true. Yeah. Is the cascade really bad? It can't be. Well, you don't want the client to go like, okay, like pretend it's like a page load. Usually, you could probably solve this with hoisting or maybe not, but pretend it's a page load. Like pretend like you're like, okay, I'm loading data, and now I'm waiting for this, and then I go like, so. I mean, do I have to do an Excalibur network diagram here? But like, have I done this network diagram before? Like, if I go back far enough, will I have already done this one? Like, is this a version of it? No, this is server islands. But like, what I'm getting at is like, if you go to the server, you get the HTML back, which has a JS tag, which go to the client. You go back to the server to get the request.js. Get to now you're the client with the JavaScript, and then now you're rendering it, and you go, oh, I need some server data. So you go, okay, I'm going to go to the server, and then the server responds, and then you're like, okay, I can render some more, and they're like, I need to go to the server again. It's like you're just cascading the whole thing down. It's the worst kind of waterfall you can imagine because you're paying the full network request. Server components flip that on the head. So like now you're doing all the data fetching in a single go, and even if there's a render cascade, you know that all the data is going to be in a single thing. And this is not true just of initial rendering, but on update. Now, you can do this other ways. You can hoist the routing to a level in which you know all the changes are happening, like in a client-side router or stuff. But generally speaking, just purely the pattern of doing server components, the opposite direction would be terrible. Like just the worst possible thing. Like it's just like there's no way anyone could recommend this as an architecture. It just doesn't work. In fact, most people who've done this opposite approach don't let you go back to client components, essentially. They have server components, but that's where the buck stops. You don't get to put client components back into it because it's just an inherent waterfall. I think Waku tried to do this originally, and the React team was like, no, don't do this. This is craziness. And they're like, oh, well, maybe you can avoid it in certain cases, but generally speaking, this would be like the biggest foot gun React could ever release if the rules were different. So there is a very good reason that server components are the way they are. So like with that kind of basis in mind, I'm like, okay, can we actually make this backwards approach work? Because the thing I didn't show you in this backwards approach is like when you're in a client component, you get props.children, right? That's kind of like the secret. Like when you're in a when you're in the initial thing, the props.children you get sent in from the server, you know, in your client component, or any prop you get, it's just serialized, and React just inserts it. Like you don't have to introspect it. The fact that it's not imported, the fact that it lets it keep the tree, because it's not like the fact that it's a prop. I'm doing such a terrible job of explaining this. Means that it's part of this continuation. So can we invert this? Okay. We have first things working for the client is persistent. We don't actually need to serialize everything to communicate it. Lakes don't require the same level of compiler gymnastics. Server functions are sufficient. While we don't have to solve serialization, duplication, client routing just works without a special order. Okay, that's attractive. SolidStart on the server already outputs HTML, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what's the concept here? What if there's no use client, only use server, but via wrappers, certain server functions could be denoted as components? So this is kind of, this is something I was talking to Tanner about, right? Where you could basically like say like, I mean, it could be use component or something, but it's the idea is that you could say that a server function is a component, right? This API is not set in stone. I just did this as a wrapper. Tanner likes wrappers, but generally speaking, it could also be just use component, but it's basically a use server call. Use cache from React got me, thinking about this a little bit. But the idea is, you'd fetch your data, and then instead of returning JSON, you return the server component. So this is like a loader conceptually. It's a server function, but it's a loader conceptually. Yeah. So the question you see here is, what the hell is props.children in this component, right? Because this component takes props, right? So there is that. And then here's in your client, you would get this back, this component, the server function, and then you would just, I don't know, stick it in here, and then I'm taking this data and I'm using it as a render prop here. So we're kind of acknowledging that the client is going to render whatever you do with this thing. Like I could have rendered more here, but the idea is the props.header and the props.children are actually client components coming in. And the only thing being rendered on the server here is the div, and we're calling the thing. I know it's kind of crazy, but keep in mind, there's no use, everything's client in this model. Right? So, and then here are the IDs, props ID, this here, and then we're using a render function. You serialize all the normal arguments. JSX would be named placeholder, and function would be serialized as a placeholder sort. So what I'm suggesting here is what these props are, like when you serialize this, like when you call the server function by rendering it, essentially, what these props are how should I put it? They're like props.header just needs to be a marker. It doesn't need to actually be the rendered header component. It's just like some kind of silly marker that's like this is header. Just because you need to know from the outputted HTML where to actually go and replace and insert the client rendered header at the end, because this could be here, it could be not rendered, it could be somewhere else. What's cool about this, as I said, is the server can decide which client components get rendered, essentially. This is crazy backwards, but on the server placeholder would remain opaque. Functions would be a function that serializes the arguments passed to it and return a placeholder. Whenever an ID or header changed, it would trigger upon return to do the appropriate replace the placeholders and callbacks. On initial SSR, the component would be treated as async, sort of like a lazy component. It could trigger, suspense, handle streaming. There might be a few extra placeholder elements in the markup. Props could be inserted as many times as desired. So, yeah, I'm just showing more examples. Where things are fun is nesting. Certain waterfalls are unavoidable, always, right? So if you have some server data and you pass it in, and then the client renders another server thing from it. However, if all data is available above, like from the URL, that wouldn't be a constraint. Like if the dependency is purely a layout. And what I was showing here is that, what am I showing here? I basically got rid of the second render function. Did I? No, what did I show here? However, I wrote this so long ago, I can't remember. If the data is available above like URL, you wouldn't be constrained. So, oh, I'm saying that, yeah, this one's depending on this data ID, where this one isn't depending on the user data. It's actually only depending on something that's kind of known here. So these are two different server components nested inside a client. And yeah, I mean, seeing this stuff visibly is always tricky. I think it's even hard with RSCs to understand like which is which. Like but it's the same idea. You have to actually look like where the component is. Like, oh, is that a used client over there? Is this a server component over there? Using render props problematic for waterfalls, but it's a means of injecting data. I mean, you could always hoist yourself. I'm just showing examples of where you could say like, put the server component up here and then insert it later here. So now they can be parallel. They're not nested. Without render props, if someone did something like nesting server components, they could be parallelized, right? Right? That is true. Nothing, because the server cannot be an input to this component. It would be possible even if the server renders it children 10 times for the client to run this code exactly once and just replace it 10 times. Yes, basically because the server can't provide any props into this when you have this transclusion. It's not perfect because server still decides overall visibility, but it might be acceptable. It's a bit like when you hoist data fetching, you might never need it, but you can do it because it can be parallelized. So what I'm saying is the server might over render stuff that doesn't get shown, but technically speaking, there's no waterfall. So then I was like, okay, can we solve hacker news with this thing? because could this work and save on double data? Well, let's focus on the first part. Just because we move the client components on the server. For those who aren't familiar, if you've never seen a Hacker News demo, Hacker News. Do I have any on here? It's been so long since I've looked at them. They're not like shortcutted anymore. Hacker News. I'm just going to jump to here, and I'm sure one of these will be fine. View it here. Is this the original client-side one? Okay, it doesn't matter. I can show what I want to show. The idea of the Hacker News demo is this is all static. It doesn't need to be duplicated. And the only interactivity are these collapsing comments, which is a pain in the ass because if you want to, like, they're recursive. So it's not easy to, like, shrink the page down because they're like, it's kind of annoying to have these interactive parts. These are like islands and islands and islands. You can't cheat this. So I took, a story and said, okay, let's pretend that each story is a server component, right? So you have to get the story by ID, and then it gets the ID from the client and it gets the children. And then what did I do here? So this is the main story. So this is React-like syntax I'm doing here. Story.comments, if there are children comments, map each comment. And then inside the comments, if the comments have comments, map them here. And again, I'm passing down essentially children, which is the client's children, which is so crazy to kind of think about how this like inception works. But this children becomes this children here that gets called as a function. This is all to get down to the actual client component, which is the toggle, which actually wraps these server components. So what I'm showing here is a story, and the children is a render function that takes the comments and passes the client toggle to it, right? So essentially, this children gets used multiple times to wrap the toggle around each of these server components. So each comment gets mapped to, like, each grouping gets mapped to the children. So this children function gets called potentially multiple times, even though it's passed here, and this wraps the client component around the server compliant stuff. The thing is, every component is assumed a client component unless it is created with this annotation on it. But the point is, with this inversion, I mean, it could be used server component. It's basically saying that the only thing you annotate are the server components. You don't annotate the client components because everything's assumed to be a client component unless said otherwise. So technically, this works. It's worth pointing out, to get fine-grained rendering, we'd probably need to talk in proxy object, like in solids, all the callback functions return proxies that were data diffed, I suppose. Okay, yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I started talking about like how you would serialize this. These are the placeholders, and it kind of shows that, like, essentially, like, ID1 refers to this ID. So like you'd put toggle ID1, and then, like, this is probably too advanced for most people to go through, but I think the hardest part of this is recognize props required for re-render versus not, or props for cache keys versus not. Things like JSX or those render functions aren't really props as much as pass-through projections, so that they can probably be ignored if the assumption is they aren't inspectable. Like, we don't care if header changes, maybe, right? And this is where you start getting to the crux of the problem here. Like, this is purely layout consideration. This gets passed through to the server function, but the server function may or may not decide, like, to change it or introspect it. Like, every time you change, this gets changed, do we need it? But then I was like, wait, no, if header on the whole page, we could care. Like, a fine-grained update doesn't matter. Maybe that's fine, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking to myself a bit, but without having prop types, we can't make any assumptions on a runtime. The awkwardness is preload, because JSX types, even if you didn't have JSX to pass in, you need to pass something to do it at runtime. Preload is a thing here because you can cause waterfalls, and you have multiple server functions through your app, sort of like API. So it's a little weird. I'm okay with that complexity. Okay, I don't even know what I was saying here anymore. I think I was just trying to show people using preloads with these server functions. Okay, so the real question here is, does this fix anything? Does this solve double data? Not on the surface, but look back to our to-do example. Everything passed to our render prop from the server needs to serialize all the comments. And we avoid duplicating that in the HTML? Well, unless we don't. I guess the same considerations apply reversing the template around rendered HTML. One thing that can be done is reconstruction only from serialization and not as part of the HTML. This would need more code up front, doing thing. But to be fair, Lakeshore Island here make no difference. This is the same mechanical issue, which brings to me to, honestly, this is just a different API for the same thing. So the positive is it isn't really all that different from the work Nikhil, Alexis, and I have done in the past and talked about doing more in the future. Tanner inspired me to look into this, and after sharing my thoughts, he seems more excited by the result than I am. It's cool that there's no need for use client, and that's something nice about just basically making any old Solid or React component, server component, simply by running it on the server in a server function, truthfully because it can be made granular. You can have 4 different server functions being called in a route section and preload. But so you could say invalidate one of them, similar to the way we use like React query. Like we could get granular updating server functions this way, unlike like the all in RSC thing where you're like re-render the page. But in reality, you often want to weave the rendering like I showed in the Hacker News. So is this power that important? I don't know. Honestly, I need to make more sense of why I want server components at all. This approach is the least obtrusive, nothing really core mechanism I thought of so far. So it leaves room to experiment, but it isn't long before you hit the same problems again. And I think I have more important things to think about right now. So yeah, this is old news, but I do think if someone wanted to pursue this, it is possible to essentially, because the client never goes away, this is the opposite. On the server, each request is unique. So like you could do persistence, but generally you treat it like each request is independent. This approach leverages the fact that it can kind of use the fact that the client's singular to basically serialize functions. This is something that you can't do very easily with server functions. And Quick had this crazy thing they were doing where they were like lazy loading the code and doing all the stuff for serializing it. This is serializing functions like the render callbacks that I was showing here, simply because the function's already on the client. So like, and it never goes away. So this is actually very easy. You don't actually need to worry about like crazy closure extraction or anything. This actually just works. So the magic is that you can basically build this whole mechanism off the ability to serialize functions. But on the other hand, it doesn't solve any of the fundamental problems. So I don't know. I'm sure I lost most of the audience with that crazy offshoot here. So I apologize if it's not your cup of tea, but there is a world where you could denote only server functions, or sorry, server components, and keep everything client, and basically get the benefits of the system. I'm still kind of a bit lost on it. Tanner did, as I said, he's interested because there's things that we can do with HTML and like other serialization formats that are kind of interesting. But this seems like a lot of work. This seems like something that someone would really have to invest their time in. But I like, at least theoretically, putting it out there. It's interesting. Well, I mean, Tanner was excited. He still was thinking that this might be an approach we would want to do, only to seclude appointment. Kind of like the reactive scripting. There's certain problems that are just really, really hard, and as much as we want them to be solved, they're not easily solved. Like all those, there's a whole chat on the 2.0 stream where people are trying to convince me to change Solid into Svelte 5, and I'm just like, guys, like no one's solved this, and as long as JavaScript exists, no one, and it's the language you use and it doesn't change, no one's probably going to solve this. You know, it's just a bunch of calculated trade-offs. That's why I get excited about the things I can solve, like the stuff I showed last stream about async signals and healing error boundaries and all that stuff. That stuff is truly exciting, and it's solvable. This stuff, maybe not. Whoa. Is this actually happening? Oh man, we're finally to ship observables in Chrome. It's been a long time. Thanks in the community. Okay, this is interesting because they didn't get in through TC39, so they ended up getting in through like what is it now called, Wiki, or like whatever the web thing is. So instead of being a JavaScript standard, they got in through DOM APIs, which is so funny because it's it makes sense because events are events. So representing them as event streams is like it matches. And I'm it's funny when we did the signals stuff, everyone's like, oh, now we can put signals in the DOM, like next level, like maybe events coming out, or maybe just wire it straight to signals and then everything just auto updates. I mean, it's an interesting potential feature. You gotta caution people about the implications of it. It's very weird for me for observable API to come in through the DOM rather through TC39, but it's something they've been trying to get it in for ages. So maybe this is the best way through, because this has implications. Because if it's in the DOM, it's likely that people want it in regular JavaScript. It just doesn't feel like it's the right place to come in. But I mean, I think they'll take anything at this point. Yeah, I mean, if you have no reason to switch frameworks, don't switch frameworks. On the other hand, I mean, we're getting to this like crazy zone where it's like all the major frameworks have been around for like 7 years and the dial hasn't really pushed on them. Like at least like Vue's over 10 years old at this point as well. React's over 10 years old, obviously. It was released first in 2013. Vue was first released, I think, the end of 2014 or beginning of 2015. So Vue just hit its 10 years. Like it's not a concern about like the frameworks like disappearing like in that kind of time range. But on the other hand, if you have no reason to keep switching, you don't have to keep on switching. I mean, there's always new innovations and stuff. Some are ahead of others. Just pay attention to things, places that are doing interesting stuff, and if you want to play around with it, play with it. But generally, just do what you do. PHP. Yeah, I used to use PHP 20 years ago. Yeah, abort signal didn't go. Didn't win. Yeah, which is why it's in fetch, which is also why it's so weird because you can't like abort promises. You can only abort certain things, which is why I don't. It's almost why I don't like. I can cancel stuff in the framework, and by the time you've sent something off, it's hard for abort. Like, there's a lot of power in abort signals, but there's also like because of the way it came in, it doesn't. It's not general enough. It makes it hard to approach it from like a framework standpoint. Like if you assume everyone's using fetch or using like specific like DOM APIs, that's fine. But then it's like not universal. Like you can make your own canceller in a sense and manage it yourself. But then at that point, it's like you could just manage it yourself. So yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, Vue's 11 years. Yeah, 10 years last year. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. But I mean, we're getting it. So I mean, that's exciting on its own. So I think as I said, I think there's a lot of value in having streams. And part of I showed earlier create async, taking async iterables. Async iterables to observables is a straight path. I don't think we'll need stuff like the from helper or whatever in the future because it'll just be part of our model just to naturally accept these things. So set up for it. We've designed the primitives. I think we're in a very different place now from like 10 years ago when people like were proposing this stuff. We've actually have standardized on some other primitives and the interop is existing. And so like there's a good story there. I mean, they are general enough. I mean, I've been using. I remember when there was the TC39 observables proposal. I actually built Solid on that at one point. I was like, I had signals kind of like knockout style, and then I was like, oh, everyone's gonna use observables, so maybe I could see if I can use that. And then I was like, okay, wait, this is not the right fit for the problem. But I had to actually go through that. Like one of the, I had a stream where I showed the history of Solid. I showed the commits before I open sourced it. I showed the 2 years before anyone got to see it, like in my private repo, and show code snippets, and there were observables in there. One of my experiments. Yeah, I don't have as much today. I mean, so and unfortunately, I think I covered a lot of this week in JavaScript topic, but we can switch over here. This week been a short week for me because I've been working so hard on the Signals API stuff. Anyone who knows, the Discord chat has been off the hook. Everyone was really excited by the last stream. Everyone had ideas. People had questions. They wanted to know. Everyone was trying to sell me on their own API for Create Effect. Like trying to convince me that stuff thing. I actually, worth throwing out here. I already showed this. Maybe for this week in JavaScript, I should just do a quick cover of this. It's kind of a follow up for last stream, and this is specifically on the concept of async effects and events for Solid 2.0. So let's talk about it briefly. I know this is probably not everyone's topic, especially if you didn't see the last stream, but I think it's pretty cool because we're talking about a world where signals are async and can throw in execution without completely throwing away your UI. And in the case of stuff erroring, we can pick up the threads, retry things all automatically just simply because of how the graph is wired. I showed this demo last week. I will show it again very quickly just so people have a basis. I've made some changes, since then and that aren't in here, but I think it's fine for us for what I'm showing. What this example has is it has an app that renders an error boundary top level, and then it has this phrase counter. This phrase counter fetches 2 pieces of async data. One is just general like page loading data, which is just hello, it's just the greeting. The other one is a counter that's triggered by the signal, and it gets a new phrase. And then I also added this upper phrase, which is like a derived signal, just to kind of illustrate how this works. And so technically you see this phrase to uppercase. If this phrase was undefined, this would error out because there's no 2 uppercase of undefined. So essentially, this is, if you look at the types here, even though this is async, it's not there originally, you're getting an accessor string, not an accessor string undefined. And the reason is because we're using throwing to guard, kind of like React, except it doesn't throw away the whole component. It throws inside the specific binding that uses it. So down here, well, phrase is used in upper phrase, so this can throw and this can catch it. But this also, it's not done yet until it finds a sync. So technically, this gets raised here, which can be thrown and caught. And then this can be also in here, which is where we display our actual message, which can be thrown and caught by this inner suspense, which is why when we load, we're going to see 2 suspense boundaries, initial phrase and then this one. This can also error though, because Dev made it go on random that half the time we do this, it's going to error. But essentially you'll see double loading, loading, loading. It's loading, loading. 50% time means lots of errors. There we go, didn't error. Okay. Right. So why does this example matter? Well, I was trying a new model for suspense where it only goes to the suspense boundary initially, and then we can use stuff like this as stale check to give affordances like graying this out and whatnot. So, well, we change stuff. So nothing too fancy here. The thing you have to understand though is this is solid. So when I say console logging rendering phrase counter, or when I say console log rendering message, it's only going to run once, even with the suspense and the update. And the reason is because we could just render the stuff off screen and then insert it when everything async resolves. So we never have to re-render this p tag, even though we're changing the text. Initially, we might throw in here inside this render effect, but we don't have to re-render any of this. So when we go and I look at the console here, what you're going to see is rendering phrase counter, rendering message, and even though, okay, I mean this one errored out, but even, come on, don't error out. Sorry, actually, you know what? I'm gonna turn off the erroring out for a minute so that I can actually show what I'm trying to show. We'll get back to the errors. Okay, so refresh again. Okay, see phrase counter, hello phrase. Even though it kind of loaded in, it only called rendering once. And it being classic solid, if you click it to update, it's still not going to call render again because it's just the way we work. Now, obviously, this is fairly straightforward stuff. But what was cool about this example is that when we added the errors, this example does two things that are special. First of all, the more obvious one is if there's an error and you click to fetch new data, it can automatically, I mean, it's actually erroring again over and over again. We're just like rolling the dice really badly. It can actually replace the error boundary automatically without you clearing it. Now, if this was React, you'd be like, no kidding, it can do that because you're updating something up here and the error boundary is down there, it's below it, you're re-rendering. Well, again, if we look here, this whole set, you will never see rendering message again because we are actually never re-rendering. So actually this trick isn't based on us re-rendering, more that when the errored effects under an error boundary realize that they're no longer errored, they can clear themselves and then change their state without re-rendering any components. So yes, React can do this technically speaking, but we're doing it without re-rendering. It's just that when we do that state, it's no longer errored. But I think the part that got people more excited about this example is that, let me see. Cancel. Don't save. Yeah, I'm not, okay. Okay, what got people more excited about this example is that if I click this retry button, which is down, let's clear this out. If I click this retry button, which is down here above, the message here, remember the fetching is up here, it will actually refetch the data. And the reason for that is it knows, again, which effects under here are errored. And it just will go, okay, well, I'm retrying this bounds. I'm going to take those errored effects that I collected before, and I'm just going to say retry them. And it pulls back through the graph. And if it sees stuff that's errored, it's like, okay, I shouldn't be in an errored state. I'm going to just try. And eventually it gets back to the create async, which goes, okay, I'm errored. I'm going to try refetch. So even though, essentially, even though as unsurprisingly, there was no re-rendering of any components, no direct linkage, this error boundary down here was able, because it knew that a dependency further down, like inside this component here, errored out, was able to actually refetch the async data automatically. That's the demo that I did at the 2-hour point. It's not re-rendering, but what it's actually doing, just subscribe to a small change of the listener and does execute a small part of the code only. Exactly, and then insert and reinsert the DOM nodes as needed. These kind of details make backend views hate front end. Yeah, I mean, I saw some crazy post where someone was talking about it, but I think people should actually try the problem before they judge it. No, Solid does not have resumability. I think one of the challenges, again, is what Theo was saying earlier about how no one cares about performance generally on the dev side. And the challenge, because resumability is a very, very cool technology. But there's a cost in terms of DX, in terms of accomplishing and complexity in terms of compilers. So you need signals. And I think there's a lot of potential there, potentially to look into this, but I haven't prioritized it. I wanted to make sure I got the async stuff right, because resumability at its core is handling of async signals. To be fair, Quick had a very specific solve for their async, but I think if we generalize it, we might actually have a basis at some point. Being the only front-end team backend sucks, yeah. But back to this. I mean, it'd be interesting to think about how to solve this. You know, I mean, there's a simple solution: just re-render all the HTML. But like, that's never going to be the best solution. React makes it maybe a little easier for you to understand, where they're like, look, we'll re-render something, and then we'll handle the diff of the HTML, so it's like not as expensive. This is putting it kind of back in the developer's hands, but it's incredibly powerful, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's just a hard problem, and we can keep passing the bag back and forth, but like someone's eventually got to deal with it. I'm very happy to deal with state management on the solid side because I think we got really cool, powerful solutions. Yeah, which brings me back to my article, because you'll notice things like is stale in here and affordances, and like what if an event happens above the suspense that leads it. So yeah, let's talk about this. So we have a seemingly category of issue when looking at colorless async. That's what I call this, because if you look at my example that I was showing here, this is colorless async. The fact that this phrase is async or just a normal signal does not end up mattering pretty much the rest of this app. This component here was built without realizing async even existed, for the most part. I guess I have a props about stale here that I'm doing. So I guess it was built with a loading indicator, but it could have done that itself by someone just toggling like a true is loading. But generally speaking, like when I switched this to async or not, I didn't need to change the props. I didn't need to change the types. I'm not passing a promise around. This is colorless async. So like this is an interesting zone. These concepts, okay, so what did I say? Functions that have dependencies that don't know until they run them, but fall at the edge of our system. Okay. These concepts are both similar in the sense that they are non-tracked callbacks that have dependencies, but also very different where they sit. Effects tend to be exiting the system, where events tend to be entering. So what I'm talking about is comparing effects to events, right? Events are like DOM events. Effects are like create effect, right? I did note that there's an exception. Some effects are used to read the DOM to write back into the system. I should actually copy this in so people can follow along. I mean, it doesn't differ that much. It has to be able to. The reason we don't just use create memo though is because they need to be scheduled, because we need to prevent diamond problem. If your memos are computers are lazy, but if async was lazy, you'd have this terrible problem that I drew over here, where like if you waited to read to fetch, you could have this throw before this read and you'd cause a waterfall, because you're in D and you're like, oh, I'm reading B, throws. You don't get to C, it doesn't fetch. And then you get to C and then you fetch, and becomes a waterfall. Whereas if you eagerly schedule this, they will both run, and then D will get them as it gets it. So that's the main difference. Yeah, I mean, if it expects a promise back or an async iterable, so you can use await in it. That's the only place where that's where the async is. So I've decoupled the like the how you use it, where you fetch. Like so, like the biggest problem is you want to fetch high, but block low. That's generally the constraint. So to do so in React is a little bit tricky because you got to pass promises through. Like the React gave everyone use, but they didn't tell you where to fetch the promise. And unfortunately, you can't just use memo under suspense, because if you fetch under suspense with use memo, it will actually throw it away. In case, so you actually have to add your own caching system to actually make this work. So like you're kind of pushed to push stuff up, but then you have to change your API all the way through to down to get back to where you want to block. Because if you don't, and you use right at the top, well, guess what? You're blocking the whole rest of the component tree. There's another example I showed at the beginning of the last stream where I showed how Solid could nest components and not block. So like what this does is it moves the question of fetch versus read completely out of the equation and makes components not a consideration again, which has generally always been my goal. There's the world beyond components. Right. So it's like the new pattern without promises and without waiting. Yes. And it doesn't re-render components. So, and it can self-heal. Like this is very, very, very cool stuff. But there's trade-offs because when React, when you eventually do get to use it, you actually hold the whole component. So like, even though it's very not granular, React is like you use, and then at that point, that whole thing is suspended. There's impacts of us being so fine-grained here. Anyways, so where is this thing? Some effects use the read DOM right back into the system, more event-like, and some have effects that funnel to events that would funnel back to the system. However, both of these don't end up changing what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's continue. And for this reason, they tend to get built up differently. Effects tend to be defined in a single location, either co-located where the source of data is coming from for things that truly live outside, or nearest to where the effect impacts for things like the DOM. If you want more effects, you just write another one and its sources will ensure it happens. What I mean is, people either like if you're fetching data and then doing something and then like writing to an external system, you're probably going to put that effect near where you're fetching data probably. But if you're going to put it somewhere, like if you have some data coming in, some props or whatever, and then you're like doing an animation, the DOM, you're going to put your effect probably close to where those DOM elements are if you're using it to like do something down there, right? Where events tend to be singularly like a single trigger outside of the system, and those who participate have to jump on. What I mean is, natively this involves bubbling. For us, that usually means composition, where like essentially if a component has a prop and the child has like on something, you might want to call the parent props on something, then do your own thing. You end up just layering these things on. It's a little bit different, right? When you need another effect, anybody can listen to that signal or state change. You can do it like all over the place, but there's only one event. So you can jump on with bubbling up the tree, or like this, but you're all jumping on the exact same thread, which makes kind of effects and events different, even though they both involve what I call non-reactive callbacks. Because with effects, I've been talking about splitting the effects between the tracking part and the effectful part. Events are like a non-tracking callback themselves. They're like, this doesn't rerun. It reruns when you do something. It doesn't rerun reactively. If you read a signal in here, you're not rerunning the event, right? I chose to make them always derived, but yes, you could have the signal reflect that state. Technically, it's just a flag that I'm using in the reactive system. Like I was debating, I mean, it's kind of funny, but internally, if signal had set error on it, and then you set it with the loading error, you could have a signal that basically triggered suspense on read without having it derived. You could like manually do it. You could also like technically write a normal memo and have it throw the unready error and also basically simulate the same behavior, so yeah. Yeah. That's not a setter. What does a wait setter mean? I guess technically the special type of error, I guess, but yeah. So, okay, what I'm trying to say is we're dealing with different beats. Unlike effects, at the point of consuming an event, we are quite likely to have no idea what it depends on. What I'm getting on is here at props dot on something, we have no clue if there's any reactivity in there, like what it reads from. Where with effects, we always know, like you have the dependency right next to it. You have the tracking things you see in scope, or you see their parent that calls something else in scope, that calls something else. But you have a direct trace where you can go say like this thing depends on this thing. Events have no clue what you're doing in this event handler. Okay, so different. See, so if last stream, people were very unhappy with my proposed split effect API, which was to suggest that we track on one half and then do the effect on the other side. Okay. And I just formalized this in a write up here. This is like watch and view, if you're familiar with view. But it's also, people commented it's like a reactive dependency array. This does not have to be an array. It can be a single value, it can be an object, it can be whatever the hell you want. But it shares similarities with the reactive dependency array. But my whole argument here was that even if you as soon as you have async, even if you know that it will always resolve to like 3 different strings ABC, there's no predictable way with a single effect body to know what this will log, because async is async and it can happen a thing. I asked this answer in chat a while back, and what does this log? And first people thought there was an answer, and then they realized there was not an answer, because this could log, well, it can log any of these 4 things. ABC, it could ABC, ABC, or ABC. Basically, there's 4 different things. It's like, as I said, and this is just with these 3 things. I could picture, it feels like a math equation. You're solving for the roots of your quadratic equation here when you look at this. Whereas if you split the effects, like I showed us a moment ago, you are guaranteed to only get ABC and once. So there is a benefit from a synchronization external system standpoint to this API, right? And more importantly, when you don't know what's happening, like you don't know if these are async or not, then it's important that you enforce this API. As I was trying to show in this example over here, this component doesn't really know if anything's going to be async. So we don't really have a choice but to guard against this because if someone writes stuff expecting a certain type of behavior and then you throw an async and it acts differently, that is not acceptable. So you have to be able to make sure that people are writing in a way that's guarded to protect against that reality, because the creator of some child component doesn't know how people are going to pass props in. That's the caveat with colorless, right? Yes, which is exactly what this is. Reading all of them first and then using it. If you do it in a single function, it's not enforced. How do people know that they have to do that? What if they accidentally don't? I mean, TypeScript would be pretty angry at you. You can't just set TypeScript on a specific zone and say, do it here, do it somewhere else. TypeScript pretty much, it's funny, I was talking to Dev about this and I was like, we could like mechanically, we know ownership context. At runtime, I could do this, but we could never make TypeScript happy. TypeScript, as usual, is the bane of our existence. That being said, this is still a better pattern. Because even if you made it undefined, like this, we can do this and have it like be wait for everything. We can have it say only wait for things that haven't loaded yet. Like there's a latest wrapper. Like we have a lot of control of how we read this. There's is stale. We can control that behavior. Where it's undefined is just some arbitrary symbol that we decided. How would you possibly get AABC? Yeah, AABC would happen if let me think. It's if B finished first and then no, sorry, it's if A finished first, then C finished. Let me think. Actually, can we get, yeah, am I wrong here? You're right. I think you're right. I don't think all the possibilities are possible. Because A would finish. Like they're not all possible on initial run, but they could be possible after the fact because of dependencies that already exist from previous runs. Like on initial run, I think there is actually only so many different possibilities, depending. Can't the compiler inline it? that would require the compiler knowing what these things are. Like, so in a sense, first of all, we don't compile JavaScript like this. React with their compiler don't even try and compile dependencies. Even with the crazy compiler they have, they do not try to compile the dependencies for create effect. Because this doesn't have to be a signal. This could be a function. This could be any, you know what I mean? Like, ABC is only if B throws, right? Yeah. Because then, but I guess the question is, if only B throws, C hasn't been made a dependency yet. Um, so you get A, B throws, and then, oh yeah, then C completes, and then B completes. Sorry, I'm just being dumb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If it resolves A, C, B, that's what you get. So, moving along. I was also pointing out like this things you don't know, right? This is a store, right? Which is just like a random thing that you could be reading, and you could be doing some process where you're reading random properties you don't even know. This case, though, is interesting because like runtime reactivity, like this works. You don't know what this is going to access. The latter is interesting because if you can bail at any point in the middle and it isn't particularly clear. Render effects must be split in our model to work, but user effects could avoid this if we were okay with it. So some might consider this catering to the 1% case, but the problem is as soon as something goes async, sync to async, it travels all the way down the line into code you might not control, into something you imported from a third-party library. They need to write the code in a safe way for your code to be safe. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, a lot of the conditional logic should be happening on the front half side. We also like nested reactivity happens on the left hand side. Like if you create effects and memos and effects, it happens on the left hand side. Like that's how the rendering works in the 2.0 renderer. It flattens or resolves the whole left hand side while scheduling. It's kind of funny that you can view it almost a bit like a React component render because like the effect callbacks that are like registered, but you're building stuff nested all on the pure side, and then except instead of building a BDOM, we're building a reactivity graph. And instead of rerunning everything, everything is granularly triggerable by signals. Generally speaking, people probably shouldn't be making crazily complicated effects and breaking them into more separate effects is your best bet. Anyway, where was I going? Now the trade-off of splitting is that at minimum you need to traverse things if you want to access twice so that you can track them before you do the thing. This often involves resolving the value before you do the side effect, whether that is creating an array of dependencies or structured cloning an object. The problem here is that dependencies become more fixed. They aren't necessarily fixed, but it becomes harder to write things that follow multiple paths because you need to do it twice, and often the effect itself decides that. It is a fundamental problem because we can't control the nature of the execution outside of our responsibility, the effect, but we can't provide guarantees unless we're given the opportunity to resolve ourselves first. To our benefit, in a multi-path situation, the effect would be doing some sort of diffing decision based on what has changed. So the fact that a blind traversal oversubscribes is probably lessened. What I'm getting at is if this is like apply settings, the fact that like this has to compare with previous settings or what like is probably a saving grace here. But then again, if one was using a store to update an external data source, I hope it wouldn't be directly referencing it, since that would be unable to diff the change anyway. And if we were to clone into its internals, a structured clone up front may not be very different. Yeah. So I do see that there is one gap here, which is that, like, these split effects I've already built throughout Solid's rendering, because like spreads, I have to spread over the object on the left side before applying the effects on the right side, like actually updating the DOM elements. So in a sense, we go through and resolve all the key value properties into a resolved object before. Luck, there are that is kind of the situation here. Yeah, I made an API called Resolve that does that. You just resolve an expression, like pass it a function, and everything it returns a promise. You can await, and then it will resolve of the whatever value from that expression, sync, async, whatever. It'll resolve it. So people had a lot of solutions after the stream. So I wanted to talk about a couple of them, or some other thoughts. One is potential solution closure effects, I'm going to call them. Another, some people thought, wouldn't it be cool if you could like get the variables up here and then return a function, right? This is one of the most common suggested things. The benefit is you aren't creating the array and locally scoping variables. However, the closeover variables maybe being created aren't saving you anything compared to the array. What I'm saying is you're creating a closure each time. So you, like, memory-wise, you're not actually winning that much. One is passing the thing directly through. One is creating a closure. It's effectively the same thing. You can pretend like there's an array of these to live in that closure. This doesn't matter for user effects, but it does for render effect performance. There's a few other mechanical considerations. What if people don't return the function? Will they be tempted just to do their effects in the top half? I mean, TypeScript could shout at them and say, you have to return a function, right? How do you pass the previous value if it returns a function? It's interesting because in Solid today, our previous value is what we return from, like, arguably the second function. Whereas in the new split API, it's what we return from the front half, and the last half is run. And it's interesting because it simplified a bunch of logic and rendering and DOM expressions to do that split, because then we're diffing the pure parts and applying it against the DOM. Again, sounds VDOM-ish, except there's no virtual DOM. It's just the prop objects, we met along the way. So, like, it does make it cleaner in terms of separation, but arguably, there's that. On one hand, this accounts for the front running multiple times. Yes. When, like, async or suspense, or under transition, but we could return it from the nested function. However, this leads to, how do we manage cleanups in the non-track context? On cleanup hooks into the current ownership graph, but split effects technically have two cleanups. One for the left half, for the reactive side that runs over and over again, which is basically on cleanup, and one for the right side. And these are different life cycles because they can run multiple times. Now, obviously, if this is one effect, then you wouldn't have to worry about that. But given that split, there is this challenge. This leads me to doing the React style return function approach for the back half of split effects. So basically, I didn't show it here, but these effects would return the cleanup function conceptually. So basically, people probably wouldn't use on cleanup very much anymore. It still exists because it's useful on, like, the front half, but for a lot of people, they'll just be on mount return cleanup, which is better from a scoping standpoint, because a lot of people just do, like, either they do stuff top level of the component, which means it'll run even when it's suspended or off screen. And the second thing that people will often do is put them parallel, like they'll be on mount on cleanup, when really, like, which is weird for things like SSR, which don't run effects, so don't run on mount. It'd be better to actually nest them so the cleanup is from the effect. So there's benefits to this. So generally, my gut is, okay, how do we manage errors? This is a fun one too. So cleanups are tricky. Putting a try catch in a nested effect function makes sense, but what if the source errors? Are we going to try to write try catch there as well and rethrow not ready errors and for async? And there's catch error helper, but I don't. Basically, what I was saying is if you have this return approach, if, say, you have something async here and it errors, you're going to need to handle it and if error, handle error, which might be different than doing the effect that you return, like essentially, and then your effect itself might also have a try catch. Whereas with split, essentially, the source errors could be handled by an error handler. And this is the API that I was showing on the stream here, where I actually have phrase console log error. I'm not sure that I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 like this. Ultimately, in the end, there might be like an object or something, but conceptually, you can see that it leaves the user code to worrying about the errors and the stuff that they have in their own code if they need to, and the process of worrying about async dependencies and tracking and retrying and all that kind of stuff can get basically buried by the API. It can't be the only thing, because the pure side creates things like other reactive primitives, so you might need a way to undo something on the reactive side. But for end users who aren't like worried about that kind of stuff, for the most part, your user code is limited to here. So yeah, you do your stuff, you return your error function, it's all within your scope. You don't have to worry about that. I think this, one of the biggest things that I've been noticing about these APIs and the approach I've been taking is it feels like there's less primitives in Solid, which it sometimes is a lot for people. We got rid of create computed, and they're like, what's the difference? This, most people aren't worried about render effects. So for most people, it's going to be like, they're not going to care about projections and some of those crazy stuff. It becomes create signal, create store, create memo, and create async. Like that's basically what you're dealing with for the most part. Yes, and Dev reminds me this literally every single day. Um, it's not quite, it's not value, right? It's like error, next, and like done or complete. So there is some talk that this second argument could just be the normal effect function, or it could be an option object that basically is, as you said, like next pending error, and people can do more advanced stuff. Personally, yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out. There is a semantic difference here with what RX stuff does and what we do, in that like we contain a single value, not a stream of value. So what the meaning is of things like error and next is actually different. It doesn't quite align. If it worked perfectly, I would be all for it. But like when cleanups happen is different, right? We clean up on every rerun of next. There's like a different, and returning cleanup functions is not something that the standard RxJS implication has. So these are similar but different. Anyways, let's continue. Not that one, this one. Oh yeah, and I should mention that the split approach still doesn't solve the deep tracking, like needing to double trace things. So basically what I'm getting at is, if we split, the current API that I've shown with the split effects is probably the one that we want. If we don't split, I don't know how we just don't split. It seems kind of like craziness. This is, there are mechanisms, as always with Solid, that if someone wants to bring back the old effect API, they can, just like they can make data binding. There's low level enough APIs that Solid gives you enough control that someone could do that. It's just like, I might even be convinced in the legacy packages to make like a create legacy effect. But I really don't think it's a good idea. I think this is the one breaking change that just has to happen. React was right about this particular thing. We were right that you don't need dependency arrays for memos, derived values, all that kind of stuff, use callback, blah, blah. But they were right about effect dependencies. And I'm sorry that upsets people, but it's kind of a reality. But this is a perfect example, right? Where I'm changing the mechanisms. Does alien signals account for that? You know what I mean? Like this is why I haven't been looking too much on that, because the performance difference is almost meaningless for what I'm doing. But the implications of the mechanical stuff here is significant. Okay, let's talk about events now. So I think that's what I wanted to talk about effects. Events, luckily the fact that events are from the DOM or rendering means that in many cases consistently we don't need to worry about their dependencies. While it's tempting with colors async to pretend like nothing is async, the reality is we still need to show affordances. Manage enablement of certain behaviors is still very much real. Like you still have to be like, oh, this is loading, this is doing something. This is something, even with colorless, you still have to, like, from a design standpoint, you're like, okay, when this loads, I need to show loading. Like it's part of your language. Often the thing you need to attach the event to will be near where you're rendering the data that is needed. If you have an async counter, the increment button will likely be close to it. You don't want to show the UI until it's usable, so you can have suspense guarding, and that will be it. Once it's available, then the value will be available. So here, does something async, you do this, and what'll happen, this reads from this, is it's fine because suspense will catch it, and by the time you click on the event, this will be resolved because it's caught by suspense. Oh, oh yeah. I was thinking about this. Do you think this would cause people? Sorry. This was a funny thought I had. Tell me if this is just craziness. Do you think people would want like a log reactive like a or whatever message you want? You can be like, it's basically console log, and you just go like, the value is A, or it doesn't matter. But you see, this is just a funny thing in that this is just the front half, and then the console.log is the back half. But it started occurring to me that if you identified some of the common scenarios of, people would almost never use create effect. But anyways, it's just I don't know if this is what you meant. It's just, yeah, I'm not familiar with Svelte's $inspect. $inspect Svelte ruin. Let's just try food. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, yeah. The fact that it basically gets tree shaken out of, I see Svelte probably removes it at a compiler level, which we couldn't do. What we could do is make the function never call, but the function call would just be like the we couldn't make this disappear completely. Unfortunately, what would happen is we would not use the function, so the tree shaker would essentially change the code to this, and then this would be like function log this. So the best we could do is leave this in, I think, and this. I don't know if there's a way with like, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the best we could do is compile it down to this. We couldn't get rid of it completely. Yeah, if it might be smart enough to get rid of it on its own, but without a compiler trick, this is the best that hopefully it would be smart enough to realize that this is like a nothing function and then it could get rid of it. I'm just trying to show you're getting to exactly the problem. I was trying to show that it was just doing something with this like function of double because most of the time this is the case and you're fine. But if you don't render this, then there's no way for this component to know to suspend. This is the crutch of the event problem, which is why I want to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, that's literally what I just showed. I'm just saying that we might not be able to completely remove it from the production bundle. Is all that I was saying. even outside suspense, you might still not want to let people say click buttons when the async is in flight, right? I was showing this is stale kind of scenario, right? But simply the affordance required will lead people to build the right patterns is what I'm trying to get at. It's like, I'm hoping, because like this also would trigger suspense potentially, or is stale handles the error. Like I'll talk about this at the end. I actually have a new API here. I've already replaced is stale with something else, I think. As I said, we're moving quick, which I'll talk about in a minute. But my point is, most of the time when you're thinking about affordances, when you have to add disables, loading states, you're going to write code in such a way that it will guard the event, because you don't want the button that accesses. Think about it today. If you have something async, and forget about suspense, you just have something async and you have a button on your page and you're clicking it to update something with that, you're going to either wrap it in a show that's like, hey, don't show this, or you're going to do disable. You're going to write some kind of code that guards against, like, hey, this thing can't be interacted with until the stuff's there. I know it's non-nullable, but from a UI standpoint, you're going to do this. Right? Like, something the affordance requiring will lead people to build stuff. Now, there is a point of debate here. It still only checks for async after initial load. Should it have a mode to check for initial load as well? Or should it still throw to suspense initially? I actually think yes, but I answer my own question later. But the latter would encourage suspense boundaries, would wrap these sort of checks, but it wouldn't be very helpful as guards inside of the event itself where no one is catching. Of course, we could just catch these errors since we attach the event handler and wrap them, but there'd be no visible affordance, so what buttons would effectively be disabled until the data was ready. To be fair, it is worse than that. If it's the effect tearing problem over again. Someone might do part of an event before bailing. Console log always, maybe, possibly async, right? So you can't just handle it natively. This is like, okay. Right. And I'm going to show why I don't think this matters, which I'm getting at in a moment, and how to solve this. Because, as I said, the majority case is going to be handled mostly by the fact that you're either going to use that data near it, or you're going to need to show some kind of affordance. Maybe it's above in the parent or something. Like, if something's loading or something needs to be disabled conceptually, like, yes, the lowest button might not know about it, and that's the thing that actually does the click handler, which was like my problem before at the very beginning, where I showed that example where I was like, this guy has no freaking clue what it's getting into, right? But the location at which you write that event handler, you might know what it's doing. So yeah, let me continue to get where I'm getting. So essential solution one, we talked about suspend on. In the same way, split effects technically solve the problem, but can be less ergonomic. Some cases are some mechanical force solutions, which isn't, if above isn't sufficient. The first approach is essentially a suspend on hook. Think of it like use action. The idea is it registers an async dep and triggers suspense above. This is a very React like solution. The idea is like, now you're just reading the async. Like, obviously I put in the same component, but it doesn't have to be. You could somewhere, be like, this is where we hold the line. You only need this if it isn't rendered, but presumably you're in a case where you're like, this is where the event handler is, and you're like, as I said, the problem with this approach is people aren't going to know to do this here. They're going to know to do this somewhere above, right? Like, so unless you, like, it's not even enough to know if the callback is defined. Like, as I said, this has no idea to know what to suspend on. Which leads the suspend on to potentially go higher in the tree than desired. It might be fine since you set the handler owns a state which converges a change, but there's a drawback, right? Like, as I said, I feel like we're already, keep in mind, I feel like these solutions are already an edge case. Because either you're going to read the data or someone needs to show an affordance. And because of those two criteria, it's going to be very rare a situation where this isn't handled already, simply from the fact that you need, like, conceptually with async you need the guard anyways, and you can say like, well, I don't know if I'm async, but someone above you knows it's async, which means they will need to be responsible for an affordance. So like, okay, let's try another solution. So this one is like the half-assed solution, is like default back to React, and like this is like secretly just the front half of a render effect, and now it suspends because you told it to. I mean, what would that do? Signals aren't promises. Yeah, I mean, it is an edge case. Let's continue. Problem is, okay, so let's continue. Now this is funny. Another React influenced, even though this one isn't, create callback, kind of like use callback. Yeah, I'm not too happy about that one either. But in theory, you could force the dependency where the callback is defined and then essentially track it on read. This would require all event bindings to be reactive, but it would work. So you can say create callback, what it depends on, right? And then it creates an accessor for like the event handler. Then if someone composed it, they could do the same thing down the line, because they could create their own callback and then depend on, again, the parent's callback that they're calling, and then any new dependencies they add. So you could compose it essentially by adding dependencies, and then the final thing would depend on all of those. Of course, while this removes the tearing bailing problem, it doesn't speak to affordances. This would be just delay attaching the event handler. You still need to use other means. Yeah, the problem with this is, even if we were so smart and reactive all the way down the line, I mean, I guess the trick here is it would trigger suspense. But it also, like, what I'm getting at is you still need other affordances. Okay. I think the hardest part of looking at solutions here is that as much as things change, they stay the same. Just because async is colorless doesn't mean you don't need to make affordances for it. The weirdness can be summarized with this. Button disabled, not async value, click. This will suspend as you expect, right? Because it'll read this async value and go like, okay, I'm disabled. Initially, it will throw to suspense and won't show it. And then once it's shown, it will work properly. And then when it goes to load again, it'll be... actually, this doesn't even... Yeah, I mean... This doesn't even deal with the update. Istale does. So, but my point is, like, you could conceptually see that this now puts a dependency that would cause it to throw. And then once it's loaded, it will be fine. But if async value can never be null, then why would you ever write this code? Do you see like where I'm getting at? It's like, not async value is a very weird thing to write when it can't be non-nullable. I know this isn't a light session. Why not make them color? I mean, that defeats the point. They're non-colorless today. We've already shown why, like, how far that can go, right? Like, Solid 1.0 is not colorless. This is basically the whole point. So like, you know, but if async value can never be null, then why would you ever write this code? Yet writing defensively at the edge of the system is exactly what you want to be doing, because you will do it for the affordances. Inside the reactivity, non-nullability in colorless async is a gift. It is transportable, it reduces concerns with narrowing, it even leads to less unnecessary waterfalls, because you're not like wrapping things with show to like prevent it and then accidentally causing waterfalls. I can't blame TypeScript for this one, even if we could achieve some perfect approach based on where things are read that defies the ability to type. Someone suggested this earlier. Like, say, reactivity is nullable outside of tracking context. There was a time I would have said that's the beauty of JavaScript and it can model anything, but JavaScript isn't what it used to be, and neither am I. I know, very negative thing. I'm blaming TypeScript again. But I did have a little bit of a breakthrough, and I'm going to show that really quickly on stream here, which is I'm going to pull this straight out of a Discord chat, so give me 2 seconds. You know what? See, maybe I can blow this up a little bit. Can I change the width here? Barely. Honestly, this doesn't solve stuff much, but I had an idea of a proposal kind of related to these guard helpers, because I think the thing is, my conclusion from that is, after looking at suspend on and looking at like the create callback, it was like these solutions don't change the fact you need affordances, which means we should focus on the behavior of the guards and the affordances, rather than focus on like trying to solve these edge cases, which hopefully by writing good code should work anyways. So my idea was, for a while I was talking about this idea that if there's a default value for create async, then it could always read latest, in those scenarios, and then you could avoid suspense, from a guard standpoint. But the problem with that is we need, for consistency, the throw inside the graph. The only place that we use like the ability to read the latest is like at the edge on the render effects. That's how we get the tearing here. That's why suspense doesn't whip us out again when we do this, is because initially suspends when something throws, but then after the fact, the final render effect basically always gets the latest value where it can. And that tearing is why we can do this. It's only new async that causes, the suspense boundary. But like that means that default values can't like get us out of it. Like you it's not enough just to have a default value. That would have to be the last thing you read in the DOM to get it. And if you put a default value on async and then put a create memo in the middle, and it doesn't have a default value, well, it's going to suspend. So what I thought about doing was, what if these kind of helpers had the ability to set their own fallback, essentially. So I don't know if everyone can see this code. Maybe I'll grab this and put this in a place where it's much larger and easier to read, like here. Let's do this. The idea is, pretend you have create async with a fetch user. So you're going to have an accessor type user, right? And then there's some dummy user object. Just from my example, what I'm suggesting is, when we use latest on user, initially it's going to throw to suspense. So somewhere in your UI, if you use latest, if there's no value, like it hasn't resolved before, it's going to throw to suspense. Otherwise, it uses the latest. And this is the standard behavior that we use when we do render effects or wrap things, where we're like, and it's also the standard behavior that we get when you read a signal outside of effects. The reason is, if you noticed, latest user returns user the same way that accessor user returns user. So from a TypeScript perspective, latest is consistent because when it's undefined, it throws. So we can change the behavior of accessor to work like latest when we're not under a reactive context, because the types are the same, and it's safe to do so from that perspective. So we don't have to worry about it like when you're in an event handler, about about it being after initial load. Like if it triggered suspense, that's the end of your concern there. But the idea here is, if you did latest user default undefined, then you could resolve it to user or undefined, and this will not throw. By adding a second argument for a default value on the latest helper, instead of putting it on like the memo or the async, you put it on the latest, then you can get user or undefined. And similarly, some people don't like suspense. Generally, they want to show like the real UI showing dummy data in some places. Well, you could also do latest user dummy data, and then this will not suspend, essentially, because dummy user instead of throwing, it will return dummy user. This will catch the throw. So in a sense, in a sense, this is like a fallback almost. But what it lets us do is by default have the behavior we want to encourage, where people asking for the latest value will trigger suspense, and it will work. And generally, as I said, events and stuff will, fall in as they do. But then, as I said, most people aren't even going to need to use this. This is a pretty advanced API. Most people will just be tracking stuff in the general sense, but this helper is very important because it is the baseline. It's used internally in other helpers, and it's used inside create render effect. It's just the core thing. If you ever want to tear, this is the way to do it. And if people really want to get undefined back, this is how you do it. The thing is, there's going to be somebody who wants this for some crazy reason. Like maybe they want the section of the app to act in a way as if suspense doesn't exist or what. Like, but yes, I wonder if there is. But at least this gives people the ability to opt out of throwing by doing a guarded read at some point in the tree, because we don't care until it becomes a sync. So as long as this slides itself between the initial source signal and the effect, it will not throw. It just it'll throw part of the way, but it won't throw all the way, which means the effect won't throw, which won't trigger the suspense, won't through the error boundary. And so this, yeah. So this is like the latest API, and I was like, I realized I could also use this more importantly for the stale API. Of course, what I want to do is I want to make it is pending. So the idea here is if is pending user, again, it throws initially to suspense, but otherwise it returns true when it's pending and when it's not. So this is useful for affordances. So in our example that I was doing here, what I'm saying is the default here would be is pending upper phrase for here would actually throw to this suspense boundary, not this lower one. I think from a logic standpoint, where people put this, we should throw, as I said, it's this button, it's this effect that, event that cares. We shouldn't be just by default like masking it, because what if this requires something async or whatever? I'm using opacity to say, well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But what I'm getting at is by default, I'm suggesting that it throws, and then after the fact, it does this, where sorry, this one's a suspense boundary, but where it grays out, essentially, as it does the update. And then similarly, there's a default value. So basically, if you say false, it doesn't throw. It returns false instead of throwing, and then true update. So this is basically the same behavior as is stale is in that demo. So if I wanted to convert that demo to have the exact same behavior today as what I originally wrote, I would just change this to is pending upper phrase false. And this is a way of telling it that, hey, initially because you don't want two affordances. We don't want it to turn gray while it's loading or something, right? We only want to do it on update. So essentially that, where am I here? That could accomplish that. And then similarly, we could set it to true. So this always takes a Boolean, does not throw, is true when the user is pending. So this is one like we always want to see. Again, I wouldn't use this one in the reactive scope, but this might be useful as a guard where you're just like, look, whether this is initially, whether this is later, if this is in that state of like pending, I don't, I want to guard against it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Tanner already left. But we were covering Tanstack. Tanstack Solid Router has now been released. So there is a solid TypeScript Tanstack router. So we are the first one other than React to also have it. But thank you for the raid anyways, even if it didn't quite work out the way you were hoping. Yeah, so it's all good. Anyway, so this makes a good guard. You know, you're saying, hey, you know, it's not maybe reactive scoping. You're like, if this is pending at all, loading or whatever, I do this versus do that. So basically, these two APIs, they're default throws for suspense cases, and then if you know what you're doing in advanced cases, you have the ability to get the behavior you're looking for. That's sort of where I've landed in the latest. It lets us not have like is stale, is pending, is loading. Well, someone might be like, well, how do you tell if it's loading initially? And this is the one that I haven't made a helper for, because I have to admit, I kind of want you to use suspense for that. Like if you only care about the initial loading. To be fair, there's a couple ways you could do it. I think the easiest way to do is loading would be, let me think here, would be function is loading. So this is only initially, like the suspense scenario. I think the way you would do this would be return latest function some symbol. Let's call it a loading symbol equals loading symbol. So like the answer could be answered, right? This loading symbol could be anything, like loading any, because essentially if it with latest, it's only going to get this value if it's never resolved before, which means that if it equals that value, then it's that initial state. I don't know if we need a helper for this. I'm hoping people will just use suspense, and this is not the scenario. I think most places where you're actually guarding, you want just this behavior. Because let's pretend if you've got a button that the event does something async, and you go change that async thing, you should disable the button. You shouldn't be reading, like you probably don't want to be reading from the old async value, so to speak. And I mean, I guess if you do, yeah, I don't know. It feels like the safest thing is like when something, you know, major asyncs in flight, that you put the guards and the affordances in place. But as I said, the more and more I explore this, and I won't know until we try with real apps or real scenarios, it feels that because you're going to add affordances, you're going to make loading states to show, you know, stuff updates. It's then you're going to likely already have the guards in place for these scenarios. Anyway. So help me out here. The use case when you need information of sibling elements. Suspense only works for parent elements. I'm trying to think of what that means, because the mechanically what I've been like looking at here is there's two different mechanisms when talking about the async. There's on read mechanisms, and on read mechanisms need the data has to get passed into it, which means whether it's sibling or whether it's whatever, like it doesn't matter, because it's going to come into you as a prop, or it's going to come into you through context or something. It needs to be passed into you, which means that generally you're either going to use it directly and trigger parent suspense, or trigger your own suspense or whatever, like somewhere you're going to read it, or you're going to ask a question about that data, you know, get the latest, is pending, you know, whatever. You're basically going to have the data, and you're going to try and render something, and it's on read. So suspense, error boundaries, these kind of things are all on read mechanisms. And then there's a second mechanism, which we haven't showed on stream in Solid 2.0 because I didn't implement in Solid 2.0, which are transitions. And transitions are like a write mechanism where they're like, it's from the set of that change applied globally until everything resolves from a read standpoint. So from that perspective, when you ask if a transition is pending, you aren't asking about the data, you're asking about the process. And that's something that a sibling might need to know about because it's like, oh, is this change happening? Right? It doesn't have the data, it doesn't need to render the data. It has no way, like, it has, it can't, it doesn't know about the data. It can only be told about some process that is happening. So like, technically you could get something similar with a sibling, like if it goes like, tell me if I'm loading, and you put like is pending user as a prop to like the loading prop to that sibling. But like then it doesn't need the user, it doesn't care. But like conceptually, the read one will always have the data, which means you can always ask the question about the data or what you're going to show or what you're going to read, right? Because it's based on read. And then the process one is going to be based on some kind of event, something, like like these kind of things aren't enough to handle routing and rendering off screen because you're rendering something that you haven't even seen yet, and that's what's pending. You don't have the data, right? Like if you're on one page and you click to the next tab and it renders a different tab, and you are trying to show on the current page that you're doing something, that doesn't fit into this type of pattern because there's no way to get the data that's down in the second page back to the first page to tell it, hey, you need to render this loading state. That's a transition. That's a scenario where at the top level, at the router wherever the switch is, you're like, hey, I'm going to start this process and it's going to involve this change, and until this finishes, listen to me, is routing, is changing, whatever, and I'll let you know. Whereas like these APIs only basically care is like, can I successfully render what you've given to me? And if I can't, I'll throw, and if I can, I'll try my best. And if I'm, out of date or pending or saying, you can ask that too, and I'll tell you. But it might not even matter because you're not actually even asking about the data. Like yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like pending doesn't catch it. Um, like yeah, because pending, you're right, doesn't catch this in transition because the transition applies itself holistically once it gets from start to end, and that's off the screen, so to speak. So like, I guess the question could still get asked and ignored during that state. But generally, like transitions are usually for major changes like routing, where you're like replacing sections of the page. What's cool about this API is I think that the need for transitions really becomes just for people writing routers or like libraries for the most part. Like maybe someone's building like a mechanism. Like the place you might use transitions is if you have like a toolbar that changes based on the page you're in, and it's some global thing. And then as you render different pages, the toolbar needs to be like, hey, I'm changing my state, and like I need to know this. There might be like, it might need to go like, hey, I need to know about this navigation or about this change in the toolbar. And what's cool about it is you don't need the wiring. Like classically, the way you would solve this would be you'd have like a signal, and then you'd do something, you set a signal, and then you set the signal again when you were done based on like some effect or something writing to that signal. And the cool thing with transitions is that like you can basically wrap the process, say like, in fact, one of the APIs I'm considering for Solid for transitions is not even start or use transition, but run transition, which is essentially, just so you can kind of see this idea, run transition. It's you might do something here like set page to page 2, right? And everything downstream of this change happens due to this in its own separate branch, separate reality, so to speak. And then you put await here. So it's async. So essentially this is before and this is after, right? After transition. And it's actually not even after. We can make this, I was thinking we can make this actually before effects, but after the pure. Like when it's like I am resolved, I'm gonna run my effects. I haven't quite figured out, but that's like that's my thinking at least. Like after pure before effect part, and it might like right now React has like an is pending signal, but you could also just be like set signal, set pending true, set pending false. Like I don't know what you're like doing here. You might have multiple signals, you might not use a signal, might use a store, might do whatever. Instead of having the transition itself provide the signal state, your process that does it can just be like async function my process. This could mean event, it could be whatever, and essentially, there you go. I mean, I don't even know is a transition the right term? Is it a transaction? I don't know, but I'm thinking something along these lines where you just what we're doing is we're creating a promise-based API. Well, the thing is, yes, we could just make this into. I could make a primitive that adds the create signal call for you. But what I'm getting at is this is so much more powerful because it could be literally whatever the hell you want. Like making it the other API is simple, but this is better. Like you say this is not ergonomic because you're like, I have to write create signal myself. But on the other hand, what if you have a store that you're using for global state? What would you have to do? You'd have to, what, would you write an effect that listens to is pending and then writes to the store? Would you create a derived projection into your store of that state? The thing is, this is the best time for you to write. Like in an event, write to your state directly rather than like create some crazy synchronization chain. Right? Like the biggest problem is if you force state on someone in an ephemeral process, and I mean I should probably take my own thing on this because what's another example of this? Optimistic updates. You're forcing people to have to use some kind of diffing or synchronization. It's convenient from a declarative standpoint, but you are making assumptions for them, and you have to be ready to make those assumptions because you're actually going to complicate their downstream code if like a signal isn't the right affordance. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're suddenly pressed with actually having to like derive or synchronize data, where this is so much simpler. As I said, we could offer the other API too. I'm just saying like what it comes down to is actually this. And the reason I'm showing this is this question has nothing to do with the fact that set page loads user. You're not asking about is pending user here or whatever. This comes down to I care that when I perform this action, has it completed? So like at a very high level perspective, there is the have I done said thing, and then the opposite side of this is await resolve user, which is another helper I built, which it doesn't care what this is. I could have just put resolve user if it's one thing, but it could be an expression or whatever, which is just like guarantee that this is resolved. So this is a read question and this is a process question, right? Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Maybe not. Maybe this is more of a me thing. But yeah, I think we have the potential here to have good defaults, not explosion on helpers. Like I keep track. This is how I keep track. See this inventory of reactive primitives? I update this like every time I make a decision change. And I sit there and I look at this and I go, is this everything that I need? And I try and think about like, is this too much? And what I'm getting excited about is the front half of this list is never been this small. We've never been at 7 before, which makes me very excited, right? Because while there's some amount of overloads, these primitives don't. It's not like Svelte's ruins like derive.by, derive.this, effect.this. These are we don't have that, and there isn't really much in the way of options. So these are single purpose primitives, and that's it. They're not hidden underneath. This is the list. And even in this list, you're probably not looking at this one. A lot of you will not look at this one, right? And yeah, don't get me wrong. There are things like context. There's things hidden underneath components that you probably won't use directly. There's advanced APIs around owners and observers. There's advanced around reactive cleanup. Again, you're probably not going to need this. Create root, which you won't probably see because it's going to be under a render function. Untrack, that's real. Flatten or children's just based on this. That one's fine. Flush sync, it's the new batch. People use it. Resolve, I just showed you, but people are probably not going to need a promise for the most part. This is pretty rare. Latest is pending, we just talked about. Catch error, I showed in that one example. Again, I have it, probably not that important. Has updated, again, very advanced. Create suspense under component. Run transaction, just showed you. Reconcile, this is for diffing of stores. Unwrap your store. Omit and merge are store helpers for removing properties or merging properties. This is classic split and merge props, but it's for stores and props. And then 2 more control flows. This from core reactive stance, I think, is the full list. And most people will not even use half of this list. And many people, when they are taught Solid, will only need to know about 5 of them. So I think we're getting there. Yeah, create boundary. I haven't decided whether to expose it or not. It might be that there's like a create off screen or something that's a little bit more specific. Flatten is the basis of children, but it's also the basis of DOM expression rendering. It's the thing that allows us with fragments to flatten out all the arrays and also parallelize async. Because if you didn't use this, the first element in the array that threw would block, and you'd have the React 19 problem with fragments. Like, sure, we nest effects often, which is fine, but fragments aren't effects and they have to channel through. So we actually have to be able to process each element of an array separately from a async standpoint. Otherwise, we'd have blocking rendering. So yeah. Oh yeah. Someone talked about, produce stores will, I didn't add path here. I don't think I'm going to put that core. Someone else can. Or we can put it in legacy, maybe. Produces the default for stores in. Oh, you might have missed flatten. So flatten's right here after untrack. But yeah. It's funny because yeah, there was some feedback. Sorry, SolidJS, not this one. Let's go to this. No, discussions. Talking about Solid 2.0. And there's some actually decent feedback here. People wanting property structuring. I wrote a whole long thing about why that's not happening. And then why, again, people are like, well, let's use functions as props. And then I explain why that doesn't work. And then, yeah, there's a suggestion about using stuff. Yeah, I think honestly, we just need to talk a bit more and get the RCs going. At this point, stuff is changing so rapidly. Like this is pending as stale stuff that it's a little bit early. But the long story short, stuff. There's a lot. I guess did I not talk about stores at the top here? There's a lot of yeah, immutable diffable stores, that's part of it, but I didn't talk about the API. I actually, there's a lot of things that we've got a lot of feedback over the year, and I think stores is one place where we can definitely make improvements. I don't know how to solve this reasonably. Um, yeah, one of the challenges I'm having with realms is also like DOM rendering because the APIs aren't the same. I don't know if people know this, but array is array exists. The reason you don't do instance of an array is because literally in different windows it's a different object. Like it's a different prototype. They don't view, like, if you're in an iframe or not an iframe, they don't view the like array type as the same. All the types are different. So array is kind of like a way of saying like this is like a native JavaScript array, and that will, in no matter what window you have it or what scope, it'll recognize that it's an array. But it's very interesting because for things like proxies, where like you can't fake it, you can't say I'm an instance of an array because it still won't match, right? And array will be false. So there's a lot of these weird exceptions that are kind of crazy, which are really unfortunate. You can always push stuff from the target of the proxy, but you can't fake it. Like a proxy is only an array if its target's an array. You can't put an object in it and then like fake it as an array. And I think there's a lot of things like that in the kind of zone of multi-window stuff. Document isn't document. So like when people try and render stuff in portals that are in iframes, like there there's a lot of trickiness. You almost have to use context to do it. Web components make sure that this topic comes up all the freaking time. Um, yeah, I don't know. Multi-document is really annoying. Anyway, uh, let's see. Do I have any more this week in JavaScript? Give me a second. Let me prep. But I don't know. Me and Tanner talked a lot about a lot of the stuff that I wanted to talk about. So give me a second. Let's see if I can prepare for that. Um, it's funny. Uh, yeah, technically Tanner is still boosting the stream, which is so awesome. So big thanks to him. Um, okay. Let's see if I can. The truth of the matter is, like, I only did the stream last week, and I feel like most of the stuff me and Tanner talked about. Oh, there's a couple things. February 14th. So there's that. Sorry, just give me 2 seconds. Just got so much stuff going here. All right. All right. This will be a short This Week in JavaScript is basically what I'm gonna say here. Yeah. All right. All right, let's talk about This Week in JavaScript. Now, a lot of the stuff we already covered earlier in the stream with Tanner. I think there's not much to add to it. I'm looking here at my bookmarks, and almost all my bookmarks were on this Vite narrative. You know, I did the tweet a few weeks back where I was like, "Don't bet against Vite." There's a lot of mixed messaging here. I think there's a lot of confusion. I think some people it's all about RSCs, some people it's not about RSCs. I think there's different people even within React who have different opinions. I do wonder if there is a very big difference of opinion. Like they try to align and they probably meet up and they talk, but like I feel like maybe Seb is on a different place than Joe is. Joe's working at Meta, Seb's working at Vercel. Joe big work on the compiler. The compiler is completely a client-side feature. It's been the very important part for React at Meta to improve performance. Server components are basically not even used at Meta, or they're used in a few places. They're not like a primary thing, but very important to Vercel and Next.js. And you know, while the React core team follows Seb's vision in terms of server components being that unified future, that single story that they can tell, it creates tension, like the create React app stuff that went down, you know, where a lot of people really just don't get it. You know, they look at what Tanner's doing, they look at, you know, Tanstack, they look at these things and they're just like, why can't we just use Vite or use Parcel or whatever? And why make this need a framework thing? And the truth of the matter is, it's to get everything out of React, get everything, especially out of server components. Like SSR is hard enough as it is. Server components, there's pieces that need to be in place, and I don't know if the tooling's caught up. Right? I think there's quite a potential that with Vite, you know, that could very much be the case. But today, the tooling hasn't caught up. The easiest way to do server components, or you know, a lot of the modern React stuff, is to pick up a framework. It's not the classic, you know, React slogan, you know, I'm just a UI library kind of thing, but React is not the same React it was 10 years ago. So I don't know if there's much more to say. People probably beat this topic to death. It's funny, I talked about it originally, but I don't think people understood what I was talking about when I talked about it last week. Since then, literally I've seen so many YouTube videos going and people covering it and all that stuff. Yeah, it's funny. I saw something Ryan Florence saying was like about like how the React, like people, he didn't realize that people were mad at React or like upset about it, but like there was an outcry. It just I think it goes beyond, and this whole Vite thing. I think there's a certain scenario where the existing ecosystem is shifting to these changes, and we talked about that at length at the end of my last stream. So I don't need to get into it again, which means that there isn't really much on the bookmark side of things. That was kind of what was interesting this week, and we had Tanner to join us to talk about it. I think people are starting to feel like they can write a final follow up on this stuff. If you're not familiar with, I don't know how to pronounce the first name, Bobby Kang's work, writes some really great blog posts. A year ago, wrote a React for Solid versus HTMX, and Theo's video on the topic is one of my favorite Theo videos because this article we've covered on stream before. It was a really interesting thing where he talked about how each of these three frameworks had a very distinct view, and honestly, this is the way very similar to the way I think about things when I look at these problems. A lot of people are like, obviously I'm in Solid, so I'm like a little biased here. But when I look at I do see React as a trailblazer on a certain path. I see Solid as a trailblazer on a certain path. And I see HTMX as a trailblazer on a certain path. And then I see a lot of other frameworks doing similar things to those and maybe prioritizing different parts of different things. But conceptually, these three bets we all made years and years ago. And we followed it in the most purest way, where others have kind of just adopted the pieces they liked. So I really liked this kind of framing. And the original article was amazing. The follow-up article is also interesting. He has kind of different perspective here. Oh, and thank you, Dev, for the Ryan Florence tweet. I think is the one that I'm looking for here. It's not really the React community that's mad on my timeline anyways. Okay. He's talking about it because people outside of React or whatever talking about it, but it's just gotten so crazy. I mean, it's more that the React library maintainers have already expressed their grievances in smaller ways, and then the React team was like, please don't publish what you want to publish, that's disrespectful, or that's like nothing, and they've kind of censored themselves to try and give the React team the best benefit of the doubt in the best way. Like you saw Tanner even today when he was like, look, I've talked to these guys, they're trying, they're doing good things, whatever. I would love if Mark Erickson posted his thing, because even if they don't post it and they give them time, there is this under the surface anger. You can feel it. There's like a atmosphere. And as I said, I'm not putting my own words out there. I asked the question, maybe poked it out a bit, because you can sense it. I don't need to write I personally obviously was a little bit annoyed with the direction of React because it changed to what it is, but it's not. I think it is largely the React ecosystem. Yes, sure. There's some people on the Vue side or Vite side are just like, I don't get it. Like, especially a lot of multi-framework types who people have used different tools and they're just like, this is crazy, in terms of the CRA Vite thing. But on the other hand, there's a lot of frustration even in the React ecosystem itself. And people just don't get it. So yeah, this was the tweet I was talking about, definitely. So where was I? I was going to look at this article. Asked him, he's very likely not going to post it. No, I don't think so. And it's a shame. It's good because what he can say could be damaging. Maybe he has to look at what's most constructive, but at a certain point, not enough is enough. You know what I mean? And we're not at that point, and the team's working on this. But I think the funny thing is he doesn't have to post it for everyone to know what it says. I don't think it's I think you can feel it. So it's fine. Not everyone is in close enough proximity to feel it. So then, generally it's a good thing. And if the React team's addressing it in that, but he wrote pages and pages. Like, I've never written an article even close to half that long. It would take me more than one whole stream to cover it. This is an immense amount of time. It took him weeks to write this. The problem is sometimes you have to see the whole picture as a single narrative to understand how deep this runs. Like, it's not a series of distinct events that have blown up and been forgotten on Twitter for a week. So like, yeah, as I said, I'm sure he won't post it, but it's like it was. It's funny because I'd written something myself, but then I'm not in a place to say anything. It's not my place. And then I read his, and I just like, okay, I'm just gonna put this down. Nothing I said could compare to just the way that it wrote and the way that it felt, and seeing the progression. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I know I'm talking about something you guys will never read, but um, yeah, it's real. This tweet made no sense. Yeah, people in my are suddenly not React. Yeah. Yeah, beast mode, definitely, Jack. I'm just finishing up with a few things that happened this weekend, but we've almost gone full circle. Oh, sorry. Did you guys want me to? Dev already. This one, the Ryan Florence tweet. I can share it. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. No, I was saying the Mark Erickson. Sorry, this is the Ryan Florence tweet, but I meant the Mark Erickson article that he wrote about um, his friction or challenges he's been happening with communication and React, and it reads like a several year, probably like 5 or 6 year narrative of the whole progression of what it's like to be a library author in the React ecosystem, and just like the whole progression and the overall like where it leaves them now and today. Yeah, it will probably never be released is the thing. I've read it. Few other people he shared it with read it because he wanted feedback. It's amazing, but it will, as I said, to give React team proper space to do fixes and not cause unnecessary destruction. He will probably never post it. Anyway, where are we going? Yeah, right. Let's check this article out. React Solid HTMX Part 2. Despite being pulled into backend work, I've continued following the evolution of the three frameworks. So last time, I think this is relevant, when he posted, he basically said, React, how far components go? Solid, how far primitives can go? HTMX, how far can hypermedia go? Right? Three very distinctive approaches, right? So we return 3 years later, or a year later, sorry, and he says, React style paragraph shift. With the full backend indexing for Cell, React has finally realized the original full stack vision. Next.js offers use cache directive support composable caching on server versus offers fluid compute that benefits from rendered UI serverless environments. Additional primary first class supports hosting. Might remark the culmination of Vercel's multi-year support for the future React, making the full stack React architecture Next app truly compelling option for building real world apps. Developers can now take full advantage of the promises. And yet, we haven't seen many praise or success stories for adopting new server first version. After over 2 years of adopting their app router, Next remains only mainstream React framework to support RCs. Instead, we're witnessing an ongoing tension between React's server first vision and React community at large. The controversial initial 19th RC release last June, to more recent backlashing at sunsetting Create React app, official blog post in February, reluctance towards Vite. React team respond positively to community feedback in both cases, but the growing sense of mismatch was palpable. React community has largely experienced a renewed appreciation for client-first approach. Credit going to React Router and Remix and Tanstack, which have both been perfectly established patterns that innovation support client-first apps. SSR with and without streaming, nested routes, route level parallel, type safe navigation, streamlined server management, blah, blah, blah. These patterns have proven to effectively tackle the original limitation of client-first React apps, and there is a promise of React compiler currently beta that will help client-first run faster. Is it in beta, or has it been released? I don't know. You can use it now, and it's pretty sweet. So have a paradigm shift. The first server path to Reacts has become just another toolbox in the tool in the toolbox, seemingly not particularly popular at the moment. Many are still choosing the familiar path, but who can blame them? Solid 2 steps ahead. Solid continues to inspire broader landscape in 2022. Preact signals appeared in 2023. We saw the reveal of Vapor Mode and Vue as well as ruins. We saw the preview of Angular 16 and stable Angular 17 signals in 2024. Svelte 5 ruins went live, while Angular continues to iterate on signal-based iterations. This momentum reached a new height with the introduction of CC39 proposal signals, which revealed in April shortly reached stage 1. Meanwhile, Solid has not sat idly by, waiting for everyone to catch up. After years of deep research, the shape of upgraded Solid Reactive is finally merged with Create Async. Signals won't need special signature handling async values. Split effects, behavior predictable, holding async values, create projections. Solid's reactively will handle complex data structures more efficiently. We can tell he was watching my last stream. Most importantly, all new primitives will work together to form a consistent reactive model. So get excited. While researching core reactivity, Solid also reached a big milestone in 2024, the release of SolidStart 1.0. SolidStart presents a uniquely modular incremental approach to building web framework where everything from SSR to server functions is totally optional. Even the router, the backbone of most other frameworks, is a matter of choice, which is cool because, sorry, I'm just so excited. Tanstack Router Solid, there's already a SolidStart template for it. So just thing. Just like Solid inspires so many, the dot signal SolidStart is already making impact. Solid ecosystem, Tenor, Tanstack, longtime collaborator partner crime, bringing Start philosophy to React with Tanstack Start. Between the two Start frameworks go much deeper, ranging the technology stack and modular design as a router as a separate component. Solid 2 steps ahead, and then H2X finished software, an isolated event-based simple coincident, but repetition makes pattern. 2024 JavaScript Rising Stars front-end category, H2X added 16.8k GitHub stars to take the top spot, leading React by over 4k stars. On Hacker News, you can now find H2X in comments on any popular post about web development. While H2X is nowhere near React or other established options in terms of use, it proved to be more than just an internet meme. No, H2X has become a proper meme and an idea infecting the minds of the web development community. Hypermedia is so back. So what's next for HMX? Well, that's the neat part, not so much. This is because HMX is a finished software. In the post to future HMX, the HMX team states, people shouldn't feel pressured to upgrade HMX over time unless there's specific bugs they want to fix. They should feel comfortable with HMX that they write in 2025 will look very similar to the HMX they write in 2035 and beyond. That's not to say HMX quest for hypermedia renaissance is over. Now it has captured everyone's attention. HMX means to propel hypermedia forward by following jQuery footsteps, a library so successful that its core features got incorporated to the JavaScript standard. At the heart of this suicide mission are the TribeTech proposals, which consist of 3 proposals to evolve HTML standard to support put, patch, and delete on a form, a button to issue HTML requests, and support partial replacement. In addition, HPX continues to promote hypermedia-oriented approaches and keep research and discourse alive. In addition to famous online social media presence, this effort includes presenting conferences, appearing in interviews, podcasts, publishing academic journals, and creating another project showcasing stripped-down version of generalized hypermedia controls. I wrote the original article out of deep appreciation for the relentless pursuit of clear and unique vision. I'm happy to see that React continues to betting on components Solid on-premise and H2X on hypermedia. Regardless where those paths lead in the future, I'm confident React, Solid, and H2X are pushing the web forward, each in their own way. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I guess less is new this year. I mean, and that's not true. I mean, you saw the new stuff with React, new stuff with Solid, H2X kind of standing on. It's an interesting how different the paths have been since the beginning article, and I guess that makes it worthwhile. But this feels like a year in review article more than anything. Definitely, I enjoyed the read. It's such a grim take for people with the innovative mindset, but treasure for people who want to write something right now and never revisit it again. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. Things naturally change, but it's okay if things don't change for a long time. Yeah. No, definitely, Jack. The whole thing that's happened has made real concrete improvements. Things that are that like will improve React and help with the marketing. As everyone agreed on stream earlier that it was really a marketing thing, kind of mismatch. So yeah. Let me see here. That was that. Did I actually like post anything else this week? Okay, I guess we're just on to solid news. So not much to talk about, right? Last week, showed a bunch of the cool examples. What do we got here? And then obviously the 2.0 beginning the journey stuff. New drag and drop library for Solid. Always like seeing new libraries, so I give that a shout out. But the big one, which was our announcement for today that I'm going to say again, is Tanstack Router for Solid. Absolutely game changing to have that kind of TypeScript thing. Now React is not the only one with that power, and as I said, they already have a SolidStart template with it all working. So this double win, because not only we have this capability, we get to kind of show that promise of router agnostic. Obviously, there's certain features that I'm sure aren't implemented in Tanstack Router that we'd have to work on to actually get the SolidStart integration to be like as good as the native one. But like the core philosophy is holding up strongly here. So I'm very stoked about this. This is what I always had in mind, that we would have a different router and we could all just work together. I mean, the amount of innovators, I believe, is less than the group who wants to stay the same for a decade. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's pretty evident, right? Because I'm not even worried about a decade. What I start getting worried about is like when it goes past a decade, you're just like, something's got to move forward, you know, even inch, you know, it's like, okay, maybe for something new or something small, I'm going to do something different. The sad part is that after, you know, 10, 12, 15 years of React, people aren't like, okay, maybe there's something else out there. You know, I called it Tanstack Start Solid for plugging Solid on top. Solids. Tanstack. Yeah, I mean, we are working very closely together to these things happen. The point of HTMX is that HTML can change and improve the author of HTML. Just, you know, when do you think Solid Router will be router app template solid? I mean, I don't know the state. I wasn't working on it, but if it's just a Vite router template, then I think it's like you're talking about using Tanstack Solid Router with a Vite template. I think we're not at all far off that at all, because like literally there's one with Solid Query that they already have but for template, and they made a SolidStart template. So I imagine it could be done at any time. Yeah, it should be fine to do today. Yeah. I haven't tested it from a bug standpoint, but yeah. Yeah. I wasn't involved, but they passed all 400 tests, so good for them. Burke and Brunley probably have the real answer. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, no, I love the fact that it's just a matter of like, it's gonna like this might be this create TS router thing. Forget Tanstack Start for a moment. Something like this might be the first realization of what how I see the future working, because when it becomes an option where you're just like solid React, and you know you get the experience you're familiar with that you expect, like we're just that much closer. So yeah, I'd be very excited to see that, Jack. Anyway, I think that's it. I think I don't have to stream for 6 hours. I think I can eat dinner at a reasonable time. I think you guys can all go for a good weekend. So I'm gonna probably just call it here, and yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else. I do not think so. So yeah, let's just call it a day. Yeah. All right. Everyone have a good weekend, and till next time.